Hi there folks, welcome to RRTV's live coverage of the Australian Online Supercar Championship. We're coming to you from Imola tonight for the Imola 650, and in the comm box with me tonight we have Nick Hausler, and of course I'm Bernie Weemers, so welcome Nick. It looks like another exciting night of V8 supercars here in Australia.
Yeah, it certainly does, Bernie. We've got a good turnout tonight. We've got 45 odd cars out there, so looking forward to sitting back and enjoying the race and some great battles through the night.
Yeah, I'm expecting a lot of battles. We've got an awesome field out here once again, Nick. I'm having a look. We've got 44 cars qualifying at the moment, so that means we're going to see 88 drivers join us on the track tonight.
Yeah, it's proven very popular so far this year. We've had 60 cars or capacity grids for the first two races, and 44, 45 cars here tonight for an enduro. So really happy with the popularity of the series, and it's getting some great support from teams out there.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I tell you what folks, if you didn't see last week's 60-60 at Zolder with 60 cars, I tell you what, that was one awesome night of racing.
It was, and I bet you it took you the rest of the weekend to get your tongue all untied after calling all the action in those short races.
I certainly did, but I loved it. It was a great change of pace, and of course tonight folks we're going to see the pace change once again, so we're back to full endurance mode tonight, 2 drivers per car. From what I understand, 65% is the minimum distance I think it is a driver can do. Is that right? 65-35, Nick?
Yep, so it's 47 laps is the minimum requirement for a driver.
And of course, one thing that's very unique to this series, which is absolutely awesome, is basically, folks, is the random safety cars. We'll expect 2 tonight, and if there's an incident in the first lap, or whatever it is, it takes a lot of cars out, we will see a safety car in the first couple of laps to sort the field out.
That's correct, yeah. If the racing's relatively clean in the opening, or I'll turn it around actually. If there's a big accident in the early lap, then we'll have a safety car. If there's several little incidents which requires the odd driver here and there to trundle down into the pits to get some repairs, then the safety car will probably come out on about lap 3 or 4 just to compress the field back up and give those that had an accident in the opening couple of laps to tag back onto the field.
Yeah, it's a good way to always see there Ian Ford running into back of someone there. Is on a fast lap as well, and that ends that. But of course he's sitting in second, and we'll go through that in a moment, folks. But the only other thing is the incident limit, and the penalties are always quite interesting, isn't it? Then I think it's every 35 incident points they get a 30-second pit and hold.
Yeah, that's correct. Every 35 incidents, the driver or the team will get a penalty. That penalty is a 30-second hold. They can actually take service on the car when they do get the penalty, and that's why the penalty is actually just the 30-second hold, because they'll always take service and everything during those penalties anyway. Yeah,
so keep an eye on that. There's a lot of action going on out here tonight, Nick. We just saw another car come together into turn 1, into that chicane there, and upended him. So they're all trying to get open track here in quali, and they're coming together a little bit, but I'm sure that hopefully they'll get a good clean lap here. Let's have a look at our race information tonight, folks, and then we'll get straight into the qualifying standings. So of course we're at Imola, Italy. They've got 8 minutes 52 seconds of qualifying left here. The track length 4.86 kilometres or 3.02 miles. Mostly cloudy out there today, 31 degrees Celsius, 88 degrees Fahrenheit for anyone joining us from the US of A or anywhere else you get Fahrenheit instead of Celsius. But as far as the race length here goes tonight, folks, it's a 4-hour time limited race, or how many laps is our target?
132 laps, I'm pretty sure. I'll just double check on that. 132 sounds familiar.
Yeah, so it's 132 laps or 4-hour time limited, folks. Now, it normally comes right down to the wire. It's calculated very precisely. Generally, the race will end within 10 minutes of that time limit. Sometimes we have gone to the limit, depending just on what happens out here on the track and the pace the driver set tonight.
Yeah, I'm assuming that once again it'll go pretty close to that 4 hours with a couple of safety cars. I guess if we get 1 or 2 incident safety cars is the time when the time limit comes into it.
Yeah, that's exactly it, and we have seen that a few times occur. Most of the time they get through, and see one of the Pagnant cars coming on there. So as far as your top 10 qualifying goes tonight, folks, Daniel Williams at the moment for Corp is sitting on provisional pole, and I tell you what a talent that young man is. He's jumped in these cars and he's taken to it like a duck to water. We've got Ian Ford at the moment, 0.2 of a second down, sitting in provisional second, with Marlon McMullen 0.1 of a second behind Ian, sitting in third. Then we've got Sam Blacklock also in the 142s in fourth, with Henry King the first in the 143s in fifth position, followed by Glenn Postlethwaite and then Brian Borgen seventh, Brenton Hobson eighth, ninth, Michael Talenjic. Rounding out your provisional top 10 is Brady Mayers. So tell you what, Nick, they are all pretty close.
Yeah, look, and isn't it great to see the variety in teams in the top 10 there as well? Nothing worse than having a series dominated by a single team, I don't think, but looking at that variety, it's fantastic. And yeah, back on Dane Warren, he picked up the first 2 race wins. He had a bad luck in the second race at Zolder, but yeah, he's been on fire this season, and it'll be great to see, I guess, Ian Ford, can we call him the old stager, the defending champion. He's got a new co-driver this year with Luke Harvey moving on, just to see what sort of response he can come up with.
Yeah, it'll be interesting, won't it? Because normally him and Luke, they've been paired up a lot, and they're very, very compatible, aren't they? So it's going to be interesting to see who Ian has partnered up with, and see if that magic still continues.
Yeah, well, he's teaming up with Riley Blythe for tonight. I'm not too sure if that'll carry on through the season. So, I think Luke and Riley are very similar in pace. So, and then Luke's teaming up with Sam Blacklock up there, sitting there in fourth position. So, there'll be some interest if those two come up against each other as well.
Yeah, well, if Riley Blythe's teamed up with Ian, they're a phenomenal combination, because I tell you what, Riley is another talent. And when it comes to ERT, they're very deep, aren't they, as far as talent goes and the drivers they can draw on. You can see now Ian Ford coming around, and if you look in the bottom corner there, folks, you can see the lap time target, and it looks like he's backed out, so that's all irrelevant, Nick.
Yep, he's still got enough to get at least one more flyer in, so we'll see what he does.
Yeah, so we'll stick with him for that next flying lap, folks, and see how he goes. He's 0.2 of a second down, so that's it doesn't sound like a lot, but it can feel like an eternity when it comes to top level V8 supercar racing. You can see the RACcorp entry just coming past one of his flyers. Ian's led him through, and now Ian will be getting ready for his next flying lap. 4 minutes 15 seconds to go, folks. Can Ian Ford snatch pole position? Well, we're about to find out.
Yeah, well, he's starting off on his lap now. He's behind a decent car. It's always nice when you're following a fast car in qualifying, although I think Dane's just exited back to the pits, so he's got nice clear track in front of him, so let's see how he goes.
Yeah, and we're riding on board now with Ian Ford, and we'll see how he goes as he's coming into the second chicane. Quite an interesting circuit this. They've got quite a lot of heavy stop and starts, haven't they, into these tight hairpins, chicanes. It's quite an interesting layout.
It's a great layout, isn't it? Of course, they made the changes around turns 2 to 6 with the death of Ed and Senna there, of course, but still a great track, and it's a great track, great fun driving these cars around as well as Ian. He don't think he got balked there, so we should be okay.
Yeah, and as he's coming down, where is he? He's coming up probably sector 3, I guess he's in at the moment. He's already down 1 minute 5 seconds here. His target of 1:42.523. You can see it ticking away in the bottom left-hand corner there, folks, and we'll see how close he can get as he's now coming down the back part of the circuit. I don't even have a track map, so we'll just say that's the back part of the circuit in the final couple of corners here.
Yeah, just into turn 14, 15 or Ravazza, so this is... Oh, he ran it very wide out there, but then he comes now and it's just flat out now to the start-finish line, so let's see what he does.
As he comes flying past now, 139, 140, 141, it's going to be close, 142.652, so he improved, but he's still 1/10 of a second down.
And yep, that's it, he's done for now. That's, 1/10 of a second over 102 seconds for a lap is still pretty impressive.
Oh, it certainly is, and it's so close. You can see now Luke Harvey coming out in the Apex entry. We'll see who he's actually driving for, because he's, as we said, he's moved teams, and I'll just bring that up. So he's actually with Apex Replicas TTR tonight, and sitting in 4th position, so not a bad start for the new signing.
No, it's very good. I'm not too sure if he's permanently at TTR or if this is just an endurance deal for him.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I haven't really caught up on the news, but we can... who else we got out there? Bruce Keeley at the moment. We can see him sitting in 6th position. Brian Borg also in 7th. Keep an eye on him tonight, folks. And we've got a huge talent, haven't we? Michael Schreier sitting in 8th position as well.
And just looking there, Henry King's just jumped right up into 5th place, so he's put in a belter of a lap there to get his car up there too. And when we get a chance, it's a great car to have a look at.
Yeah, definitely will have a look at it. He's jumped out of that car at the moment, but we'll have a look shortly. You can see Michael Schreier sitting in 8th now. He's on a flyer trying to improve, and let's bring up his qualifying lap. He's 27 seconds into it, so only in probably the first sector, coming in possibly the second. Oh, well, he would be in the second by now as they come up the hill. Have you done much driving around here, Nick?
I did a little bit of driving earlier in the week, and at previous races here I have driven it. So yeah, I've knocked a few laps around. Just quickly, as I say that, I was about to say the surprise for me was Josh Rogers was down in 17th place, but he just jumped up to 5th then, so he's put in a time that's just put him 4/10 off the pace, so he'll be another strong driver tonight, of course. But yeah, I've done a few laps around here and really enjoy it.
Yeah, I've done a few, not a lot, so I'm not that familiar with it, but it is quite a tricky track I found to get used to, but once you do, I think it's a nice track to drive, and we can see him now coming down the hill into turns 14, 15 for the final time. This is Michael Schreier, 128, so we'll see if he can improve. It's looking good so far. Pushed down to 9th position, so he really needs to get in the 142s here as he backs out of it, so he's going to be starting down in 9th position tonight.
Yeah, but with a long race to go, and realistically, if you're somewhere inside the top 15 and you keep your nose clean, you've got your ticket to the last 20, 30 laps. That's the main thing.
Oh, exactly right. The main thing tonight, stay out of trouble in the first couple of corners.
Just looking, the only car I think that might get another lap in is the Henry King Alliance Motorsport entry. He's on another flyer, so I'm not too sure where they are on track, but looking at the timing, I think he's the only one of the top guys that's on a lap.
And we'll have a look at where he is in his qualifying lap. So I think he's just coming out, so I don't think he's going to get this lap in myself. because I think he's just on his warm-up by the looks of it. I could be wrong.
He's going through Barriandra Alta at the moment, and, well, the checkered flag's out, so, no, it doesn't sound like he's on it there, does it?
No, I don't think he's on it, but I tell you what, the paint scheme on that car's definitely on it. It looks awesome tonight.
Yeah, he's come up with some great skins throughout the whole series. He doesn't like to run the same one too often, but he's gone with the fire and the ice. I'm guessing it is on this one with celebrating, if we can use that the alliance with ANZ and Synergy Sim Racing on that car.
Oh, it's a beautiful paint job. They always turn those Uber entries out beautifully, but I'll tell you what, we better get onto this grid because it's a big one, folks, and you want to see where your favourite driver will be starting tonight. So it looks like, make sure I'm on the right one, correct me if I'm wrong, it looks like All-Star Motorsports Dane Warren will be starting out of pole position tonight. That's correct, isn't it?
Yep, and he's closely followed by Evolution Racing Team number 1, Ian Ford behind the wheel there, Performance Motorsports in 3rd, followed by Apex Replicas TTR, Hyperstimulator TTV, Alliance Motorsport, Synergy Sim Racing 7, Laser Racing 3, Synergy Sim Racing 1, and in 10th is Performance Motorsports.
Yeah, out of 11th tonight, Progressive Racing Australia 1 with All-Star Motorsports, the Young Guns in 12th. Out of 13th tonight is Performance Motorsports Chassis, and then out of 14th will be Laser Racing. Evolution Racing Team, the 226, will start out of 15th with the Triple S Pagnian Racing 2 team out of 16th. Their sister team, the Triple S Pagnian Racing 1, will start out of 17th tonight, and out of 18th is Synergy Sim Racing 3.
And then in 19th we've got West End Mazda 121, followed by the PRA number 2 car. Then KRF's first entry in 21st, and another Triple S Next Level Racing in 22nd. Then there's PFR Team GTI, they're way down in 23rd, followed by a pair of the Redback Racing cars, and the Race on Oz car number 71 in 26th, followed by another PMS Chassis 3 and PRA number 3, then Middle Finger Racing in 29th, and in 30th Synergy Sim Racing 2.
Out of 31st tonight, Laser Racing 2, followed by PFR Team Edge 1. Out of 33rd, SDC Motorsports, number 28. Redback Racing Team 149 will start out of 34th tonight, with Triple S Next Level Racing 2 out of 35th. And that's our grid, because we're about to go racing.
Alright, well let's get this going, and hopefully we'll catch up with those ones down the back there a bit later on in the race.
Yeah, definitely. So we're underway here, folks, 132 laps, and we're racing here at Imola, and as we see them come into the first turn, let's see how they go.
Well, it looks like Dane got cut straight across, well not cut straight across, but covered the line into turn 1 against Ian Ford, doesn't want to give a sucker an even break. And that's fair enough too. He wants to lead from the front and show them all the way. Yeah,
and we've had quite an incident at the back here, folks. We've lost 2 cars. One of them was a DuPont entry. I don't know which the other 2 are, but one's actually parked it in the kitty litter, so no good for that entry at the moment. But let's jump up to the front. Oh, come on. Yeah, so it's a 105 was involved in that incident, folks. That was Troy Allen, and he's going to be bringing that car around for service. But let's get back up the front where the action is. So you can see at the moment Dane Warren is leading this race, Nick.
Yep, and the rest of them are just slowly sorting themselves out. There's a little bit of 2x2 here and there, but we've got one of the PRA cars running out wide. They've got to be very careful. It's a very sensitive track for slowdowns, and as he just tries to filter back in as the cars just feel themselves out. But most of the drivers know each other and what they're like, so they should be able to slot into a gap quite nicely.
Yeah, we can see the field all streaming past into this chicane here, and I tell you what, they're all doing a great job, aren't they? Too wide as they go through down the back here, but at the moment your top 10 is Dane Warren leading, Riley Blythe in second, Luke Harvey up to third with Marlon McMullen pushed down to fourth position, Troy Allen sitting in fifth, Henry King's now jumped up to fifth, Jake Maloney sixth, Matthew Wall seventh, Bruce Keeley eighth, ninth Brendan Hobson. Rounding out your top 10 at the moment is Michael Tallinger.
Yeah, and just looking a bit back down through the field, the only damage that I can see visible is the car number 53, one of the Redback racing entries, has got a bit of damage to the front and they're missing their boot. But one of the things with these cars is doesn't seem to affect their performance with no boot, and it sometimes seems to give them higher top speed.
Yeah, generally it looks worse than it is, doesn't it, in these cars, and sometimes I wonder if people actually drop the boot on purpose.
Yeah, it does seem sometimes to be an advantage. I know when I've been out there battling with a car with no boot and seeing them drive away from me on the straight, it does get a bit frustrating.
Yeah, I bet it does. We're just having a look out the back at the moment of Jake Maloney's car. We can see there Henry King sitting in fifth, trying to catch up to him there. He got it a bit... the wheels spun up a little bit on exit there and he's dropped a couple of car lengths, but I tell you what, he's great under brakes.
He most certainly is, and not too bad at entering, exiting and on the straights either.
Yeah, that's for sure. So that's the hyper entry at the moment, but up front, the top three, they're starting to pull away a little bit with Dane Warren leading, well, a top four really, and we've got Marlon McMullen, he's the last on that battle pack, and yeah, these guys are starting to get a bit of a gap forming here.
Yeah, and gee, it's what he's done, isn't it? I mean, you had the pleasure, I guess, of calling the opening race at Okayama and race 1 and 2 at Zolder. I mean, at Zolder, I think he just won walking away from the field there, so he's trying to do the same here tonight.
Yeah, he certainly is, and of course, you know, you've got a couple of safety cars here tonight, folks, so no doubt they'll be keeping that in the back of their mind. I guess, Nick, with these random safety cars coming out and such a long race, it probably doesn't make a lot of sense trying to get a huge gap on the field unless you're trying to psych them out, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's important though that you want to keep your rhythm, and you know, he can work hard for the first 3 or 4 laps, find his rhythm, and then just settle into a decent pace. And you know, he might just drive a little bit conservative, save his tyres, save some fuel, because the important thing there is that you know, once a safety car comes up, and we know what someone like Ian Ford's like on fuel, is that, you know, if Ian Ford's on your bumper going into the pit lane, chances are he's going to come out in front of you because he's used a lot less fuel than you. Yeah, you've got to watch him, don't you? Because he's awesome when it comes to fuel and fuel saving, and he'd be one of the masters at it, that's for sure, as we can see them now ticking off lap 3 here tonight of 1:32. So the racing's continuing on. I'm just having a look further down. We've had a couple of cars that have had to take to the pits from that first incident. Simon Zomo in the DFR DRD Motorsports entry, he had to get that car repaired. So did Mitchell Bales, and Mitchell is in the MFR2, and Troy Allen, of course, was the third car involved in that first lap incident. Yeah, and they're all back out and circulating now, which is good, and hopefully when a safety car comes out, they'll be able to get back in touch with what's happening. But I've noticed that the MFR2 and MFR censored to both down 1 and 2 laps respectively, so I'm not too sure what took so long there. They might have taken a tow back to the pits, I'm guessing, but a long race, if they're in the right spot when the safety car comes out, they may well get a lap back. Yeah, one of them was really badly damaged. It was crabbing, and I noticed they did pull that over
in the first chicane there, and the tow truck had to rescue them, so that explains why they've dropped down. But at the moment, if you look at this gap, 1.9 seconds is a gap from Dane Warren back to Riley Blythe at the moment. He's streaking away. Looking at the lap times, 1:43.369 compared to the 1:43.819. Now, it'll be interesting to see, Nick. He is streaking away, but is Riley and the other guys just letting him go at this point, knowing that he's going to come back to them?
Yeah, well, I would think, in all honesty, that if they can keep that gap somewhere between 5 and 10 seconds by the time either the pit stops or the safety car comes out, they'll be fairly happy with that, because they know the field's going to compress, and they'll be able to get straight back onto the back of him when that happens. The advantage, of course, is that Dane's out there in clear air. As I said, he can find his rhythm and drive comfortably. But having said that, it looks like Riley's just got a little bit of a break over Jake Maloney at the moment now as well. So, sorry, it's Luke Harvey in that car in third place. So they're spreading out a little bit. It's just Marlon and Luke Harvey that's the real battle at the front there at the moment. So I might just start scrolling back, see what I can find.
Yeah, no worries. And you can see there Marlon still putting the pressure on Luke. Luke doesn't seem that worried at the moment with any of this. They're just getting into that rhythm. You can see Brenton Hobson, Hobbo 88, and he's sitting there in 6th tonight. You can see a lot of his streams and videos, folks, on YouTube under Hobbo 88. And he does some good work there as well. Henry King, he's dropped down one position from where he started, sitting there in 7th, and he's got Matthew Wall right behind him.
Yeah, and I think the battle at the moment's on at about 10th place. If we can have a look at that, we've got Pete Sattler, Daniel Ackland, McMillan, Bruce Keeley, and Michael Tolijanich, all very closely involved in a battle there at the back of end of the top 10. And looking at it, it's actually Pete Sattler in the Triple S Pagnian Racing 1 who's made up 7 spots already in the opening half a dozen laps.
Yeah, we can see Pete there on the screen, the start of this battle pack, and as Nick said, folks, you can see the battle pack info down the bottom left. Daniel Ackland's in there, and there's also a car out there with no bonnet on it, but I don't think that's going to affect him that much. But yeah, at the moment, Pete Sattler coming under quite a bit of pressure from Daniel Ackland.
Yeah, that's the ASM Young Guns with Sans bonnet, but they seem to be cruising along pretty well. Ackers as well has had a good start. He's made up 7 spots from the start as well, so he and Pete have just sort of carved their way through quite nicely. Their cars look nice and clean, so they've obviously done a good job moving up as far as they have so far.
Yeah, it's definitely a great start for that team, isn't it? Moving up so won't say easily, but cleanly, and they've got to be happy with that with 6 laps into this race.
Yeah, I'm sure they are. Well, as I said, he started down in 17th, 18th spot, and I know that he wasn't happy with that. He knew that he could have done better, but now that the race has started, he's done a good job moving the car forward. He hasn't really concentrated on his qualifying at all, so that's probably why he was down a bit further than he wanted to be.
Yeah, and as we were saying during qualifying, if you start too far down, you can be in danger of getting involved in a few incidents, but that hasn't happened tonight. In fact, Nick, it's been quite a clean start to this event.
Oh, hang on, we've got a bit of an incident. One of the laser racing cars, I think it was involved. Just going back, I might just have a quick rewind and fill you in on it, if that's all right, while you keep up with the action.
Yeah, if you let me know the driver, I can try and get the replay up, but as we can see now, Pete's just dropped a position there, and I tell you what, it's on between these two as they go too wide, and it looks like the Synergy Sim Racing has gained that position, or has he? Because Daniel's on the inside, Pete on the outside. Daniel's now made that move, Nick, but it's taken about 3 or 4 corners to pull it off.
Yeah, just going back, we had David Kidmond who had a spin, and Mike Hammond went right around, actually made contact with the wall trying to avoid it, and then when he came back on track, almost directly into the path of a couple of the other cars, which caused a bit of damage there.
Okay, and I'm just trying to find the cars on our replay, folks, but it doesn't look like it's...
yeah, the 012.
Yeah, it hasn't come up with it on my telemetry here, so we'll see if we can find more action for you down the track, folks. Just checking the stream, there's a few people there chatting in the stream. I'm not sure if they're still hearing us or not. I think they are, but a few guys having a few technical issues tonight trying to tune into us.
Okay, they seem to be alright. Hopefully they can hear us and understand us.
Yeah, it looks like it. So could always start speaking a different language. I've done that a few times. But just having a look further down in 12th at the moment, we've got Thomas McMillan in the All-Star Motorsports entry. He's the one with the bonnet missing. He's also had a rear biffo in the left rear quarter panel, and he's battling there with Michael Talenjak. Now Michael, he's dropped about 3 positions since the start of this race as well.
Yeah, he's not too sure what's happened to him. And Bruce Keeley, who's behind him, has actually dropped 7 places as well. So those two are fighting some battles. They may have, started with their tyre pressures too high, or maybe didn't do too many full tank runs. They're just struggling a little bit with the setup. A bit different with 112 litres swishing around behind you.
Yeah, well, I can see there Michael's missing the rear bumper bar assembly of his car as the All-Star Motorsports now exits stage left, pulls back in front of him. But I wouldn't be surprised if there's been a bit of nose-to-back action going on here. But at the moment we can see who's that in front of the WPC. Michael Talenjak up to 11th now, Bruce Keeley 12th, Thomas in 13th.
Just trying to scroll through to get to the same battle.
Yeah, there's so many, aren't there? And we can see now Pete Sattler still sitting in 10th there. Daniel Ackland's made that move up to 9th, and just ahead of him Matt Stratford.
And they're coming across a lapped car there as well, but Daniel Ackland, he's really pressing on and driving very well at the moment.
Yeah, he's doing a great job, isn't he, sitting there 9th, but I'm just having a look where Dane's gone, because according to this we've got Riley Blythe leading for ERT, Marlon McMullen 2nd, Luke Harvey 3rd, so I'm trying to work out where that car's come in. He must have pitted it.
Well, I haven't got him at all on the screen. I've got him dropping out. He's got a throughput error, now he's rejoined, so that's terrible luck for that car.
Yeah, well, he had such a great lead, hasn't he? And I can't even see him in the top 10 at the moment, so I don't know where he is at the moment on track, but disaster for that car.
I'll keep an eye out and let you know. I'll keep an eye out, let you know when I see him rejoin the track, and we'll find out where he is.
Yeah, so that's our race leader, folks. Dane Williams there dropping out, and disastrous. He had a huge lead there, but of course now that's all for nothing. Riley Blythe now has a gap 2.5 seconds back to Marlon McMullen and Luke Harvey in the 3rd, so it's going the way of ERT earlier on here tonight, folks.
Yeah, and I've never had the misfortune of having a dropout in an endurance race, so I'm not too sure. I guess depending on where he dropped out, the car would get towed, and then I'm guessing Daniel Williams, his co-driver, could jump in the car once the tow's complete. But on a track like this, depending where it happens, you could be looking at a 3, 4, 5 minute tow, I'm guessing.
Well, exactly right. And then the whole thing, getting the other driver ready to get in that car, if they are in fact ready to go, it's going to cost them a couple of laps easily. And either way, even on a 650k race, you can't recover from that.
Well, the best they can hope for is that they are only 1 lap down, even if they've got the leader right behind them trying to put them 2 laps down. If they can stay that 1 lap behind, and then when the car gets towed, bearing in mind it'll take full service, I'm not too sure if it'll probably use up one of their fast repairs as well, but they'll rejoin with a full service, full tank, and they can then just hope for a safety car and everyone else in front of them pits, so they can end up with a wave around to get to the back of the field. But it's early on and terrible luck for them.
Oh, it certainly is. And I'm just having a look at some of the other cars that have pitted. Henry King, oh boy, oh no, that was a different car. I thought, my God, it looks terrible. But he's had to bring this car in for a 1.1 second stop. And he's dropped all the way down to 37th now, Nick. So Zuva Entries have also had some issues out there. The other one's Mitchell Bales. He did have to pit as well for a fast repair. He was involved in an incident, and they're the two at the moment. But Zuva Racing, 36th position.
And Dane Warren's just rejoined the race. Just exiting pits now, so down in 44th place.
Yeah, and I've got him on my telemetry here, 2 laps down. So he's going to have to hope, like when the safety car comes out, they do get a wave around. Does that happen under both safety cars, or does it depend where they are on circuit at the time?
It depends where they are. So if there's the leaders behind him, when the safety car comes out after pitting, then they will get the wave around. But the other thing that Dane has to concentrate now too, if he's running the full series, he's sitting 2nd or 3rd in the Drivers' Championship. He just needs to keep plugging away. He's still, realistically, if he can get one of those laps back, he can still get a top 10 finish tonight.
Yeah, so a lot of work to do for the All-Star Motorsports entry tonight. But, Dane's a fast charger, so we'll see what he can do. He's still got 110 laps of Imola to go. But I tell you what, once you have that first dropout, it's always in the back of your mind, well, it is with me, of is it going to happen again? It's a bit like, you get that electrical gremlin in a real-life race car and you're just wondering if they've actually cured it or whether it's going to come back at any moment and bite you.
Yeah, very true, but I guess they can't worry about it. It's beyond their control unless they've got all the family over and they're all watching YouTube, then you can yell at them. But, if it happens, it happens. You've just got to push on and hope it doesn't.
Oh, exactly right. And it's great to see the viewers out there enjoying tonight's coverage. I'd like to also welcome all the viewers from overseas tonight joining us through iRacing Live. It's a pleasure having you here. I hope you're enjoying our coverage of the Australian Online Supercar Championship, the Imola 650. I noticed, Nick, a few of the guys in there are saying, one said they've got their beer and they love the roar of V8s on a Friday night. Another one said he'll be back in a minute because he's run out, so he's going to get some more.
Well, they can feel free to drop some up into the comms box as well. We're always partial to a bit of the beverage. We've got to keep the throat moist, don't we?
Exactly right, and water does a reasonable job, but nothing as nice as a cold beer, that's for sure.
Most definitely.
So I'm just having a look at Luke Harvey at the moment, and as always, he does a fantastic job. He's doing that once again tonight in his new signing, Apex Replicas TTR. Don't know if it's a permanent signing, but that's who he's driving with tonight. And of course, you know, if we look further up, ERT, Riley Blythe and Luke's old team mate, Ian Ford, well, they're just pacing themselves. It's going to be interesting tonight also, Nick. We've seen in the past where they get Luke out there, he does the start of the race, they always tick off that box that the minimum laps are completed, and then you normally see Ian start thinking about having his stint and getting that completed. It'll be interesting tonight if they do the same thing. It appears they are at this stage.
Yeah, and just dropping back to Luke Harvey quickly, I mean, and in typical Luke Harvey fashion, I mean, there's not a single mark on that car. He is, you know, he's still, I'm not too sure if you can call him relatively new to iRacing. He's probably been doing it 12, 18 months, and he's, you know, he's just so clean and smooth, and he's a pleasure to watch. And I'll tell you what, if he's battling near you, you'd feel pretty safe as well, because he's such a good, clean driver too. I've got a lot of time and a lot of respect for Luke. He's done a great job in the V8s, and yeah, hopefully with the, you know, if he's moved to TTR or if it's just for the Enduros, I wish him all the best for it.
Yeah, I've never actually raced against him, but I've commentated on a lot of races he's in, and I too have a lot of respect for this bloke. And it's really the mark of a good driver, isn't it? When they're smooth, they can get the most out of the car. They're smooth, they look after it. They also approach their e-sport like a real-life race driver does, which means they don't want to be trading paint. They want to get the car home, and they want to do it in the best possible way they can.
Yeah, I mean, I only had the pleasure of racing with him for about his first 2 or 3 races before he just drove away from me, but yeah, he's still a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, he certainly is, and we're on board now with Luke, and you can see him in the office there, folks, under, well, not under duress, earning his money, I guess you could say, and up to third, and you can see the telemetry there, folks, our little, don't know what you'd call it, dashboard there, gives you the gap front, the gap back, his last laps in there, kilometres an hour, revs and gears all live there for you folks to enjoy if you like your statistics.
Yeah, and just looking at the top 3 and 4 lap times as they have stabilised, I mean, Marlon now is probably very slowly eating into the Riley Blythe gap, as the cars are about halfway through the stint now, so you know, down to about 56 litres, where I think the car feels pretty comfortable with that amount of fuel in it, and the tyres, you know, they're really good for the first 5 or so laps, but then they pretty much stabilise, so the drivers will be used to the way the car feels. They'll be starting to think about if they need to make any tyre pressure changes when they're coming into the pits, and just settling right into their routine now.
Yeah, exactly right, and one team that has settled right into their routine is Synergy Sim Racing 1. Have to be one of the big movers and shakers in the top 10. That's Brenton Hobson. He's up 4 positions now and sitting in the top 5.
Yeah, and what are they? 10 seconds back from Jake Maloney. So, and you know, 10 seconds. Sorry, I'm reading that incorrectly. They're only a second and a bit behind Jake Maloney, aren't they? And then they've got a 10-second gap back to Wally in the laser racing car in 6th.
Yeah, that's right, and you can see the battle pack up there. We've got Luke Harvey 3.9 seconds ahead of Jake Maloney, Brenton Hobson 1.1 seconds behind Jake, and looking at their times, Brenton was about 0.6 of a second slower than Jake, but that doesn't mean anything. You know, he's just pacing his way back up to the front there and doing a great job. That Synergy Sim Racing car is still looking nice and clean, and that's what you want to see, isn't it?
It is indeed, but just getting back, I just mentioned his name very briefly there. Wall in the Laser Racing 3 car, sitting in P6. I mean, what a great drive. He hasn't done a lot of iRacing, done a lot of R-Factor racing, which is why I called him Wally, which was his handle over there in those days. And gee, it looks like he's been doing this for a while, hasn't he? Sitting in this quality field in P6.
Yeah, he looks like he's been doing it for ages. The way he's circulating at the moment. His last lap 1:45.475, and what's he done this time as he comes across the start-finish line? A 1:45.405, and right behind him, folks, is Matt Stratford in the all-white entry. Of course, that's because my trading paints is probably not working again. But anyway, but yeah, it's great to see Matthew Wall out there enjoying his motorsport and doing it on iRacing. We often forget, don't we, that the community is a lot bigger than just iRacing. Of course, you've got Assetto Corsa, Auto, whatever you call it, Project Cars, R-Factor 2, as well as all the console games.
Yeah, very true. But I think a lot of people have come here generally from R-Factor, I guess, is where the natural progression seems to be.
Yeah, and I quite like R-Factor. I've done a little bit of driving in the earlier days in it, and it felt a bit different to iRacing in those days. But I tell you what, I love the things they're doing over there with that simulation, and hopefully some of the good things from that platform will eventually come to us over here. But all the same, I think we're pretty lucky and spoiled with all the different platforms we can choose to enjoy.
Yeah, very true. It'd just be nice if we had more than 3 Australian tracks in iRacing, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that would be nice, and I'm sure we could really make a real serious V8 Supercar championship to mimic real life if we had a few more tracks. But anyway, I'm not sure if we will see any more Aussie tracks. We may do.
I was just looking at my telemetry. I was just a bit worried then. I just had the ERT number 1 and Performance Motorsports chassis 1 grade out on my timing, indicating that they were dropping out, but they're still there on their screen, which is good to see.
Excellent. They don't want any more problems there. We're having a look further down in the pack now, folks. We've got Brenton O'Brien in the 026 Evolution Racing team. He's dropped 10 positions, and he's coming under pressure from Jonathan Ben from West End Mazda, who's jumped up 11 positions, so he's on the move. And then we've got Ian Bird down in 27th position in a very second-hand looking Redback Racing Team car. He's looks like he's seen a bit of action, but we're under caution here, folks, for the first time tonight, and that will be our first safety car of the race. So I guess now, Nick, we're going to see some action.
Yeah, so this will be see what happens here with a little bit of action, and I can't imagine anyone won't be pitting. Henry King, I would guess, would probably not be pitting, which will potentially put him up at the front of the field. And I'm guessing Dane Warren won't be pitting as well, and he'll be hoping to get a lap back, but that'll of course depend where he is in relation to Henry King.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see what the teams do at this time of the race. And of course, folks, the way it works in this series is the first lap, they're all going to come up under the safety car, from what I understand, Nick. Second lap, the pit lane's generally open. Third lap, we're generally back to racing, so the teams really have to be onto it, and a lot of them will be getting out their slide rules and computers and God knows what else they're doing to work out what they're going to do, and if they bring their driver in, where are they going to drop back into this pack of 44.
Yeah, and the other important thing, I've just noticed someone's just spun at the hairpin by the looks of it. The other important thing is the cars at the back of the field don't just dawdle, they've got to catch the back of this train so they don't lose too much. You know, there's nothing worse than coming down the back straight when the pit lane's open and everyone else is trundling into the pits.
Well, exactly right. So it's all becomes quite an interesting dilemma now. I guess, Nick, the question is, I don't know if you're racing tonight. I'm assuming you're not because you're here. But if you're out there tonight, what would you be thinking and what would you be planning to do?
Well, if you're, as I said, I think potentially after this that Henry King's going to be the race leader. Now, if you're on the lead lap, you're going to be pitting. It's a no-brainer. If you are about to be lapped by, if you're sitting in front of Henry King, who I think will be the leader when everyone else ducks into the pits, then you're going to stay out, work your way around to the back of the queue, and then pit again on probably about lap, somewhere between lap 25 and 30. Because the important thing at this stage is trying to get that lap back, and that's what we'll see what happens with Dane as well.
Yeah, so you're thinking Henry will stay out to get that car back up to pointy end. I guess he has had a bit of a repair going on there. The other one was the 012 Michael Hammond. That car had also come in for a quick pit stop, so they may stay out. And of course the ones that have had the fast toes earlier on, Mitchell Bales, they may stay out. But we're looking from the blimp here now, folks, as they come through the final corner onto the main straight, and we will see how many of these guys come into the pits.
Yeah, sorry, just looking at it, Brenton Hobson, they actually only pitted 2 laps ago, and they're in 24th, so they'll probably end up the leader.
Oh, that's a fantastic move by Brenton Hobson, isn't it, if that's the case, because he'll get all these track position. We can see 3 staying out, 4, 5, but the rest of the field is starting to stream through now. Wow, it's going to be a busy time down there in the pits. I think just about the whole field's coming in here, Nick.
Yeah, there's a lot of cars that are down a lap. Dane Warren's getting a lap back.
Looks like Henry King, he's coming into the pits, or is he? Just having a look. I think he has come into the pits.
Okay, so he's just taking the opportunity to do that.
Yeah, and we can see pit lane here now, folks, and look how busy it is. We'll get the pit stop up. Oh, no, we won't. And as cars come in, cars go out. And, yeah, very busy time here tonight in Imola. And no doubt the pit crews are doing their bit to make sure their car either stays in position or gains a gap in position here. But we'll start giving you a few times as they come through. At the moment, Brenton Hobson, the 88 car, their stop earlier, 27.9 seconds. Marlon McMullen, that entry, 28.8. Then it looks like most of them are in the 29s to 31s. So it looks like from that, Nick, the time they're aiming for is around about 27 to 31, maybe 32. But it looks like now the only car that hasn't pitted is Jacob Knight in the FRA Motorsport, and they're sitting back there in 36th position. And I think they might have been involved in that first accident tonight.
Yeah, and just waiting for everyone to catch back up to the safety car. There's still a few cars getting the wave around that just coming past the start-finish line now, so they've got to hustle around as the end of the tail starts its way up the hill from the hairpin.
Yeah, so your top 10 at the moment, folks. We've got the number 88, Brendan Hobson for Synergy Sim Racing 1. They are in pole position, or they'll start out of 1 once the safety car's in this time by. Marlon McMullen sitting in second, Performance Motorsports Chassis 1. Third, Riley Blythe for ERT Team 1. Fourth, we've got Sam Blacklock, Apex Replicas TTR, so he's jumped in, and it looks like Luke Harvey has jumped out of that car, sitting in fourth. Jake Maloney for Hyperstimulator TTV, sitting in fifth. Now things are moving around a bit. Matthew Wall, Laser Racing 3 will start out as 6th on the restart. Then in 7th, Performance Motorsports Chassis, Brodie Whitmore. 8th, Daniel Ackland for Synergy Sim Racing 3. 9th, Bruce Keeley, Synergy Sim Racing 7. And rounding out your top 10, Thomas Hin's PFR Team GTI up 9 positions, so they're on the march as well.
Yeah, and I think the interesting one to watch at the start here, we spoke about him a bit earlier, will be Matthew Wall in P6 there, so I might focus on him at the restart and just see how he goes.
Yeah, so we're waiting now. We're underway here once again, folks, at Imola, and we can see Brenton Hobson leads and then Marlon McMullen second as they come into the first chicane. This is generally where things get a bit messy, but the top 5 are through nicely. Henry King's got through, and then the rest of the pack streaming in right now. Well, we've had
we've got someone off in the background. That's one of the PRA cars, I think.
Yeah, it is definitely one of the PRA cars. He's kept it off the wall. I'm trying to get the number, and we'll go back and have a look, but he did a good job gathering that up.
He did. He just looked like, I'm not too sure if there was a hip or shoulder or something involved, but he went flying off the track pretty quickly. It was Gene Fittis, I think, in the 890. Oh, gee, that was a big hit, wasn't it?
Yeah, we're jumping back in. We'll have a look at that, folks, and just see what happened. But it did look like there's a bit of hip and shoulder involved there. Just having a look at the replay through the first chicane, too wide with the All-Star Motorsport entry.
Oh, we've got another accident with one of the Redback cars and one of the Pagnian cars.
So it's really going off here tonight, isn't it, on this restart? Generally, as someone famous said, safety cars breed safety cars here. And just trying to see, was that Aaron Lee involved in that incident? Coming back to the replay here, looking at the Redback entry of Aaron Lee to see if they were involved in this with the Pagnian entry as they're coming down to the last part of the circuit. And just trying to, oh yeah, the All-Stars went around with the other car. They were involved with that Gene Fittis incident earlier.
So they haven't had a very good restart. I'll try to gather it all up and work out what's happening.
Yeah, I'd say the blood's up a little bit, but at the moment Synergy Sim Racing's leading the restart. Marlon McMullen second, Performance Motorsports, Riley Blythe third, and then fourth is your Apex Racing TTR team. That's your front four. There's a bit of a gap back to Jake Maloney, who's having a great battle here with Matt Wall for Laser Racing 3.
And it'll be interesting to see what happens at the front now, what Hobbo's going to do, whether or not he's going to, let Marlon through and just sit on his tail, or just concentrate on his own race. And I guess, and my suggestion would be, just concentrate on your own race. Don't let him through, but if he decides to shove it down the inside somewhere, then you just give him room. But otherwise, just concentrate on hitting your own marks and see what happens behind you.
Oh, exactly right. And you want to, at this stage of the race, you want to defend, but you don't want to defend too vigorously. And of course, then what's going to happen when the next random safety car comes out, depending when it comes out, the complexion of this race changes, because then when you get a gap, generally it's going to mean a lot, because there should not be any more safety cars after that, unless there's something really catastrophic happening. But that's when speed and gaps mean a lot.
Yeah, just we've got some impact there with one of the Performance Motorsports and Synergy Sim Racing cars coming into turn 2. But it looks like they've sorted it out, but lost several spots in the meantime. Sort of answering my question, I guess, is that Hobbo did his fastest lap of the race, but now Marlon has got through on him.
Yeah, and it looked like a fairly easy pass there. He went up the inside of the hairpin there, and Hobbo pretty much didn't leave the door open, but he didn't also slam it in his face, and that's the sort of thing we were talking about, wasn't it? In defending but not taking a risk, because now of course you've got Riley Blythe in the ERT entry sitting behind them. Of course they know with this car, Ian Ford will be in this car later on tonight, so it'll be interesting to see when he comes out who's going to jump in Marlin's car and Brenton Hobson's car, and because generally, Nick, once the other side of the drivers jump in, the complexion of the race changes once again.
Yeah, I believe it's Forzan El Navi will be driving with Marlin. I'll just go and double check that on the entries. But yeah, last time I checked it was, what car? Car 99.
Yeah, so if it is...
Car 99 has no one... Well, if I'm reading it correctly, Daniel Trim's in there, but as a spotter. But, yeah, no one there as co-driver at the moment.
Okay, so we need to keep an eye on that. I guess at some point, if a co-driver doesn't turn up, that's when they've got to... Well, they can continue on. They just will be disqualified from the event.
Correct.
So riding on the roof cam here are Jake Maloney. He's trying to reel in Sam Blacklock at the moment for 4th position. And just up ahead you can see Riley Blythe and Brenton Hobson and Marlon McMullen going at it for 1st, 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, and these of course the cars out of the same garage, so we'll see. Not too sure if they'll work out if one of them's going to be a little bit quicker. Their pace seems pretty identical at the moment. If anything, Jake, who's just done his fastest lap of the race, is a little bit quicker than Sam at the moment, and he is closing that gap on him.
Yeah, and it looks like the 35, we're having a Benjamin Smith race on Oz 71. They're in danger now of going down a lap, and they've lost 13 positions since the start of this race, and looks like they're struggling a little bit.
And just getting back on Jake Maloney, if memory serves me correctly, they actually won this race last year as well, or last season.
Okay, so you always have to have a nice feeling when that happened last season, but then again, it'd probably feel like an eternity since the last time they were back here.
Yeah.
So yeah, the series, folks, of the AOSC, generally they race every week. I think next week we've got a week off, but generally they're racing somewhere every Friday night. And the interesting thing about the series, Nick, is the way it's mixed up. You have the 60-60, that's a twin sprint races, which we saw last week, which are absolutely phenomenally fun. Then you've got the 150 sprints, and then we go into the enduro of the 650, and basically, folks, from what I understand, it pretty much rotates, doesn't it, Nick, between those 3 formats each week?
Yeah, the front end of the schedule has a lot more enduros in it, because towards the end of the year there's, V8 Scops have a lot of their endurance racing. There's the official Bathurst race and the like. So this season there's a lot more enduros early on in the season. As you mentioned, I think we've got a week off next week, and I'm pretty sure it might be, there's Bathurst for a 150 straight after that, and then another endurance race following on from there too. So yeah, certainly something to test everyone, I guess, from the sprints to the medium range to your endurance.
Yeah, so I think that's why this series is just getting so popular. It's really taken off this season with huge numbers, which is great to see. And we just saw there Riley Blythe taking second from Brenton Hobson. So now the gap was 1.3 seconds, up to the lead. So we'll see what Riley can do and whether he can start reeling in Marlon McMullen here.
Yeah, we'll see what happens there. I'm not too sure. We've got someone down in the green room. I'm not too sure if we want to drag him up for a bit of a chat or not.
Yeah, we might. That's Pete Sattler. I'm just seeing if he's actually in the car driving. I don't think he is he?
No, he's handed over to Craig Jones. So they've lost a couple of spots from the restart, but they're still up 5 from where they kicked off. So yeah, we'll just get ourselves comfy. I'll grab a drink if you want to drag him up.
Yeah, I've just sent him a little message just to make sure he's happy to come up, and then we'll bring him up very shortly.
Just while we wait for that, we seem to have had a bit of an issue that I'm not too sure that the All-Star Motorsports car, they got back to 1 lap behind, but now they're 3 laps down, so they've had an issue there somewhere.
Yes,
not too sure from whether or not there might have been an iRacing black flag or something that impacted on them.
So they've lost another 2 laps since the restart, basically. So we'll see if we can get any information there on what's going on. Someone in the chat room might be able to fill us in on that, because I know Dane was in there earlier tonight. But of course, we've got in the combox with us at the moment is Pete Sattler, and it looks like Pete, you've handed your car over to Craig Jones, and you're sitting back there in 12th, but you've made up 5 positions since the start.
Because I think 10th before we went in, so I know Craig was a bit slow at getting out of the pits, but just a long way to go though.
Yeah, just on that, Pete, the only car that didn't pit was the Synergy Sim Racing car of Brenton Hobson, who won the lottery this time round. They actually pitted just 2 laps before the safety car came out, so they're still on pretty much the same strategy as everyone else, but they got lucky with their pit stop there.
Yeah, looks like they did. Well, we must have just lost some positions on that exit there, but Craig's doing a good job now. He's holding off Aaron Lee, so not going too bad at all.
Just going back, I guess you must have been a little bit disappointed in your qualifying effort, I guess, but in the opening half a dozen laps you certainly made up for that when you were sitting in P10, so tell us about your opening few laps there.
Pretty opportunistic. There was a few opportunities, and you just, when the field's close, you calculate the risk and you just take it if you think it's going to be worth it, and you just take it. So that's what we did, and unfortunately Craig and I, we both ballsed up qualifying, and that's what happens.
Did you just struggle to get a clean run, or just I guess the longer it takes to put a banker in, the more pressure builds, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. We didn't, I don't know exactly what it was, but I think over the last few days we've probably worked on more of a race car than anything, and it probably showed, so just couldn't get that ultimate lap together.
So what's the strategy for the rest of the day?
Just keep the nose clean, mate, to be honest. There's a long
so
way to go.
You haven't used a fast repair?
No. No, not that I'm aware of. Let me have a look. No, we haven't.
Not by
Craig's not a
mistake.
fan of using fast repairs, so that suits me just fine.
Yes.
So how's everyone else in the team going?
Not too bad. The 094 jumped us in the pit stop, but Darryl led us through pretty quickly. As far as the other guys go, I think everyone's pretty much keeping their nose clean. Everyone's on the lead lap as far as I'm aware. Yep. Yeah, everyone's
Just
on the lead
looking
lap.
through, you've got Greg Sharp there in 14th place, so he's moved up. I heard there was a bit of a drama in the paddock with his co-driver though. Can you give us an update there, or have you heard anything more?
Oh, Brody likes to go on his mountain bike, and we don't really like it, but you know, he decided to come off it, and he's got a big gash in his arm now. So he's an injured boy tonight.
Okay. And Daryl Hockey, he came out just in front of you, did you say before? Because he's dropped down to 17th now.
Yeah, he was one of the ones that got in front of us because of our little delay in our pit stop there. I think he's basically just trying to keep his nose clean. I think that's exactly what he needs to do. That's what Jay wants him to do. So he's doing a pretty good job, as he always does.
Anything from you, Bernie? I've finished with him for now.
Oh, thanks, Nick. Thanks, Nick.
Yeah, that sounded really heartless, didn't it, Pete? Yeah, well,
you don't have to put up with him all the time, Bernie.
No, just tonight, but I'm grateful he's up here. Else it would have been a very boring broadcast, that's for sure. But before we get back to you, Pete, a bit of an update, folks, with Brenton Hobson. We just saw the replay there. It looked like he got in the back of... I'm not sure if it was Sam Blacklock and Jake Maloney. There was some sort of internet glitch coming together there, and we saw Brenton slide off the track from third. He's back now into fifth, gathered it up, but a close call there for the Synergy Sim Racing entry. But
that wall was getting ever closer, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, I'll tell you what, he pulled it up though, and that was down where that big accident that Senna had many years ago at that part of the circuit. And but Pete, I noticed you jumped out of the car pretty quick and got Craig into it. Is that because of your age, or is it a strategy?
I'm getting a bit old now. It's the ripe age of 32, so just can't do too many laps in a row. No, Craig's been on fire lately, so I started the race, and as soon as we could get him in, I did. So, geez, talk about being heartless, Bernie. Thanks, mate.
well, Nick messaged me. He said, "Ask Pete this question," so I did. It's not my fault. But yeah,
I'm guessing.
Thanks, mate.
In all honesty, Pete, I'm guessing you were glad that the safety car did come out, so you didn't have to pit under green.
Exactly right, and I know why you're saying that, and I'm just going to leave that alone. All I've got to say to you is Monza.
So, back to some more serious stuff, I guess. Is Craig just going to single stint here and you jump back in, or are you going to jump back in at the end, or are you just going to keep your cards a bit too close to your chest?
Yeah, I'm just going to play that one close to my chest at the moment. To be honest, I don't actually know what we're going to do. I'm just going to see what happens and see who's around and what the feel's like. That's what we do.
Okay, well, if it's any comfort for you, he's just a little bit slower than you at the moment, but still setting a pretty decent pace.
You know, I've been watching his laps, and he seems to be actually saving a bit of fuel too, which is good, so we can always do with a bit of that in hand.
fantastic.
It's Greg Sharp who's just moved up another spot as well, so he's now just one spot behind you, 4 or 5 seconds down the road, so it's nice to have that buffer behind you too, I'm guessing.
Well, we know Greg's a good peddler and has been for a long time, so he's pretty consistent. He's not going to make mistakes.
And a couple of XERT drivers there as well.
Yes.
He's got right behind him at the moment is Aaron Lee from Redback Racing. He's going to give him a bit of a run here, looking to make a move. And got a great exit here, just tucking in. We'll see what he does as they come through the chicane up into the hairpin. We'll see if it sticks it up the inside at this point.
You know Aaron Lee, you know what he's like, Bernie. Obviously coming from that environment, he's pretty clean and he's very fast, so Greg better watch out.
Yeah, when he gets his racing eyes on, he pushes hard, but he pushes cleanly. Interesting about Aaron was he used to be he loved his HPD driving and did a lot of the endurance racing, and he focused on that, but lately he's changing his focus and he's really enjoying the V8 Supercar, and it's great to see him out there having a run tonight. Be interesting to see who he's teamed up with as well. But I guess we should let you go, Pete, because you've got to start doing your push-ups and limbering up that poor old hip of yours to crawl back into that car a bit later on.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get in, to be honest.
Oh, we've got a car round. I was focusing on the battle for about 22nd to 26, which was a great battle, and we've got someone that's just gone down at the bottom of the hill in a bit of a turn there as well.
That helps a lot. Would it be Paul Preston by chance?
Oh, it's hard. I'm not an expert like you. I know. Well, what I was watching was Tyson Williams working his way back through the field, and he was in this battle pack of about 10 cars, and I saw it off in the distance. And I'm not as experienced as this stuff as you, Bernie. I'm used to just watching it for my own pleasure, not commentating at the same time.
Yeah, we found it. It was the 29 that was involved in that. We didn't get a lot of it because these two are flashing in and out, but it looks like there was a coming together with Paul Preston and the other entry, which spun him around basically. So I'm just trying to get a number. It was the Precision Tools entry, I think it was, that was involved in that.
Yeah, it's sort of that battle pack has just sort of spread out a bit now, which was a pity because it was a good battle going on there.
Yeah, and we can see that car in the background's actually gone off again with steering damage by the looks of it. So they're having all sorts of trouble. It looks, yeah, he's just come back on the track now and off the pace, so something's broken in that car, I'd say.
Seems to be a pretty good battle as well for 6th place at the moment with the Laser Racing car and the Synergy Sim Racing car as well.
Yeah, this is we're looking at Sam Blacklock at the moment, defending from Brendan Hobson. Brenton on the inside under brakes into the first chicane, makes that move stick, and a great move there by the number 88, moves him back up to 3rd position. And Brenton's on a charge. I reckon after that little contact and run off, he's got his eyes forward now. Well, he did all the time, but he's probably now on a mission.
Phew, gee, and he hung it out there, didn't he, on the exit of that corner?
Yeah, he certainly did. But anyway, Pete, before we let you go, do you want to give a shout out to your sponsors tonight?
Oh, I suppose so. I think I can do that. Shout out to Pagnian for your support, Leading Edge Computers, and RRTV as well. And thanks to Craig for being a good co-driver, and I suppose I better thank the team boss for making sure everyone's in the right car and got the right livery on. He does a good job.
Fantastic, and of course you're welcome to stay up here with us if you want. I'm not kicking you out just yet, but I just thought in case you needed to go elsewhere, we could free you. Now, a little bit of an interesting stories coming out of here, Nick, as far as the All-Star Motorsports VF313. We saw earlier they were leading the race, the internet dropped out, they dropped 2 laps, they then got 1 lap back up, but then last time we found they were 2 laps down again. Now, while you're interviewing, I've been asking the chat room exactly what's going on with this car, and it's a bit hazy. They said they had a 2-minute penalty, and they think they got a black flag for passing the safety car in that, when they pit or whatever it is. But it's a bit hazy exactly what's gone on, but they have had a 2-minute pit lane penalty.
Okay. I'm wondering if they went past the safety car before they were officially waved around it. Yeah, not too sure, but yeah, it's tough, these iRacing penalties. Race control won't clear a black flag issued by iRacing. Because there's absolutely zero transparency in it. I mean, someone could come flying into the pit lanes doing 200 kilometres an hour and get a black flag, or someone could do whatever Dane did or didn't do and get a penalty as well. You just don't know what they're for. I know at Okayama, for example, when a safety car came out, I kept being told to let a car through that was six spots in front of me. As soon as the race went green, I got a 3-minute hold penalty. So yeah, it's very disappointing when that stuff happens, but it's sort of out of the race control's hand.
Yeah, pretty much. It just said they got the word was they safety car triggered it, and they thought it was an end of line penalty or something. So that's probably what it was, you know, the wave around and that iRacing penalty. But it sort of clears it up a little bit. The rumour was that he had to pull over and finish his chicken wing. That was what another team said, but I think I like the first story more. What do you reckon?
Yeah, possibly. The only thing is, of course, is that if you want to chuck some food under the bonnet while you're driving your opening stint, it's going to do a good job of cooking it, and maybe they were anticipating a safety car a lot earlier.
Battle for sixth is hotting up. Daniel Ackland's just got past Matthew Wall, and he's run off the track and going again now.
Gee, I'll tell you what, we were talking about him earlier when he was behind you. He's made up 12 spots from the start of this race, so he's having a storming drive tonight, Ackers.
He's got a good car. It seems to be really good off the corner. But you just can't match him going up the straight. And we all know Wally from the R Factor days, mate. He won't leave any stone unturned to get a position. So here he goes up the inside.
Inside, he ran it a little bit wide. There's contact. They've sorted it out amongst themselves, or has he got some steering damage to the front of that laser car? It looks like he might have. And we were talking about him earlier as well. I don't think Bernie would have seen him before, but I think he's done a stellar drive. Just a bit of an unfortunate incident there, though.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we're having a look at
it looks like Ackers has got some damage as well, as we've got another Synergy car trying to work their way through. Just on another point, we've got a black flag's been issued to the West End Mazda 121 who have clicked over 36 incidents as well.
Yeah, so that means it's what, a 35-second hold in the pit lane, basically, isn't it?
Yeah, 30-second hold for them, but they'll take tyres and fuel.
We're just having a look at this replay. We saw that incident, and we're just having a look to see how Matthew's going with steering, and doesn't look too bad.
No, it seems to have, although I think Wally's dropped into the pits, has he?
Yeah, he has. He's in the pits now.
I tell you what, I was just watching Dane Warren, and he's going to be on the back of Jake Maloney any second. He's doing mid 144s. He's doing each lap probably within a 2 or 3 tenths of a second. So I reckon at the end of this lap, maybe next lap, he's going to be on the back of that train.
Yeah, Dane Warren, of course, is
trying to get.
I just want to talk, guys. Let me talk, please. Okay, awesome. Yeah, of course, he's 3 laps down, isn't he, Nick? So he'll be looking at trying to unlap himself.
Yeah, he's a bit unfortunate with what happened to him, but the other one that's starting to work his way back up is Henry King, who's in 8th now, so he's moving forward after his very early pit stop for repairs as well.
Yeah, and he's one car to keep an eye on, isn't he? But he's had a hell of a roller coaster ride. As you were saying, he's, qualified fairly well. Then he pitted really early, went all the way back to 37th, and now he's making his way back up to the front. But one of the viewers wanted to know how long this race has got to go, because they've got a few more beers they want to finish off. Well, I'm expecting it to finish at around about 12 o'clock if we go time certain. So probably, another hour and a half racing here tonight? Maybe 2?
Keep going.
3.
Yeah, I got 2 hours 55 to go.
Okay, so that should be 3 beers. You should be able to do 3 beers quite easily in that hour. Depending who you are, it might be 10 beers.
Well, we've got contact there with
Brodie
Thomas
Whitmore.
Hinds and Brodie Whitmore. I initially thought Brodie was going to have a look down the inside of Henry, but I think he was more covering his line in against Thomas, and then there was contact between the two, and Brodie's ended up the worse for wear out of it all.
Yeah, we've got the super slow-mo up now, having a look at that. And let's have a look if we can get the cameraman to focus. Okay, yeah, we can see that now. The 049 exiting stage left.
There was actually no contact at all, so He just went in a little bit too hot. He probably needed his rear wing to give him some rear aero downforce, just a quick spin around, and he's back on his way.
Yeah, so that was another pretty close call, wasn't it? But we can see Henry King just ahead of them there, back in 8th position, and that beautifully prepared Zuva entry. I think this is a 6-paint scheme Henry's run, and he changes his paint scheme. It's probably more than I change my underwear, I'd say.
Well, all I can say is I'm glad I'm in Perth while you're sitting in Canberra, because, well, it is winter, I guess, so it wouldn't be too sweaty, would it?
Talk about being cold and being hot. We were just working out our strategy here, and Craig says he's desperately got to get out of the car because he's left his heater on.
So you guys need to give him some sort of cool suit. I know one guy, I always say this in the broadcast, one guy actually did build his own cool suit for sim racing.
Really?
Yeah.
Ooh, we've got Jay. No, it's actually Daryl Hockey in the car there at the moment, wasn't it? Just had a bit of a. I'm not too sure if my camera just went off it at the same time with one of the Sinji cars. Had a bit of an incident. I'm just going to go back and see what I can find.
Looks like he's got a bit of damage to the right rear.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent whack on the right rear. He kept it off the wall, nearly kept it off the wall. Just a very slight touch, but he's probably lost about 5 or 6 spots there, I think.
Yeah, we're just having a look at the replay here, folks. So it takes a bit of time for me to find the replay, but hopefully we will show you now exactly what happened here. Well, he actually got tagged, so...
Yeah, so he dropped from 17th down to 21st as well. So hasn't enjoyed this stint too much, I wouldn't imagine.
Well, knowing Daryl the way I know Dazza, he'd be very unhappy, to say the least.
Yeah, so
he does have a bit of a limited vocabulary when he's in car, and I'd imagine he'd be using all of that at the moment, Pete.
Very much so. A lot of 4-letter words, yes.
Yeah, I was going to say this car's dropped 5 positions from where they started at the moment, so a bit of work to do to get them back up there, but what's going to happen if he catches up with the driver that tagged him? Is he going to... Does he normally repay his debts?
No, Dazza's not normally like that.
Okay.
But you never know, especially not because it's Jay in the car as well, I suppose. If it was in his own car, then quite possibly, yeah.
So, and your teammate at the moment, Craig Jones, is starting to develop a little bit of a taste for Thomas Hinz's GTI car as he closes up on the back. He's looking like he wants to move up to 9th.
Yeah, well, that car looks like a big cigarette packet from the 80s, so you might want to get in front of that.
Yeah, it definitely does, doesn't it? It's amazing how marketing works. Even with no riding, you can still think of a cigarette company like M, can't you?
Yes, exactly right, yeah. Well, he's putting a bit of heat on. I hope he can get the job done. He doesn't normally make mistakes, Craig, so don't make one now, boy.
We're riding out of the gearbox cam here of Thomas Hinz, and he's jumped up 14 positions. So we were talking earlier, weren't we, about this car and its qualifying, or poor qualifying, but they've definitely rebounded and done a great job to get this car into the top 10. But of course, Mr. Jones, with the evil Pagnian eyes on his car, is starting to look like he wants his spot.
It's a good looking car, isn't it? But you got to pay credit to Thomas Hinz. He's always very consistent and very fast. Well, here we go.
Yeah, Craig up the inside. Thomas gave him a lot of room. Look for the cutback. Too wide. Thomas is going to get this back again. Great driving and great forethought there by Mr. Hinz to do that undercut.
Yeah, it was good driving by both of them then. It was probably a little bit deep into there by Craig. But he's back there now, so he's just said sorry over the chat. So He's not normally like that. See what he can do.
Yeah, it just looked like he went in a bit hot, didn't it? But I tell you what, I think Thomas saw him coming and gave him a bit of room there, and that's great racecraft by both, isn't it? Like, they're racing for position. That's a pretty hairy part of the circuit to do that sort of thing and not rub panels, I think.
It's a lot harder to pass at one than what you think, because the track bends around to the left-hand side, and if you're up the backside of another car, you can't quite see your braking marker, depending on what you use, and you can go deep really easily and get off the track and end up with a 2.5 second slowdown.
Especially at, like at that chicane where it can be very, very hard to pick your lines on that. But just looking at Craig, Pete, I know he signed up and got those VRS lessons with Jared Filsell, which has made a big difference to him. But I'm looking at his last 10 lap times. I mean, the last one or two have been impacted, obviously, by battling. And I'll tell you what, Bernie, if nothing else that he's got out of his training with Jared Filsell is that he's done a 45.6, 45.9, 45.5, 45.5, 45.6, 45.4, 45.6, 46.5, 46.5 with some battles, and then 45.8, 45.6. You can't ask for much more than that, I'm guessing.
No, that's excellent, isn't it? That's one of the marks, isn't it? Is if you can get that consistency lap after lap, you're doing a darn good job.
Hey guys, I've got to go. I'm just about to get back in the car, so I'll might speak to you a bit later.
No worries, mate.
Alright,
thanks,
cheers.
Pete.
I thought I could see the crane coming in into pit lane to lift him back into this car when it comes in.
Well, I'm just looking over to our left, Bernie, and I think the reason he's gone is he's polished off the food. Have a look, he's taken it all.
Has he done another Mr. Stevenson? That's what Scott does. Stolen the caviar and the champagne again as he left the pit girls behind.
Well, you haven't seen his head. They stayed well away from him.
Well, that's one good thing, I guess. But what are we going to do if we've got no food? Don't let him back in again.
No, well, we might have to talk. We've spoken a little bit about it, but I think some of the guys we need to have a look at are some of these movers and shakers that we've spoken a bit about Ackers, but he's starting to being overtaken by the PFR entry with Thomas Hinz at the wheel at the moment. They're up 15 spots from their start grid, so they really came alive after the safety car and made some big gains then. So they've done a great drive. Then Aaron Lee, who we spoke about, who was in a battle with Greg Sharp earlier, they're up 14 spots and now sitting inside the top 10. So they've done a great job as well. And then we drop down to Greg Sharp, who's in 12th. They've moved up 10 spots. And then another one of the redback cars with Mad Dog Miller at the wheel. He's up 19 spots. So there's some good solid drivers moving forward as well. But the biggest one of the lot down in 22nd place is the MFR censored one with Stevens at the wheels. They're up 21 spots from their starting position.
Yeah, so they're the big mover and shaker tonight, but I tell you what, they've got a lot of competition. Also, Tony Gaffer down there, 15 spots up. Adam Wyborn, Synergy Sim Racing, 14 spots up. Tony Harradine, West End Mazda, 13 spots up. So, but a lot of big movers and shakers tonight, that's for sure.
Yeah, and of course one of the cars, they could only move up 2 positions, and that's the PMS entry with Marlon McMullen at the wheel. They have moved up 2 and they're just starting to drive away now. They've got almost a 10-second lead.
Wow. And I guess looking at the biggest, I wouldn't say loser because they're not losers, the car that slid the most, and that would have to be the All-Star entry, Dane Warren in that car. Dropped 39 spots, but they've had a hell of a night tonight. They've had internet problems, dropouts. They've recovered from that. Then they got that black flag 2-minute hold by the looks of it. So you know, credit to them. They're still out there, they're still running, and they're still pushing forward, so good on them. But yeah, Marlon McMullen, 9.6 seconds. Just having a look, the cameras jumped on him, and don't know if there was a coming together there with one of the ERT cars, but no, it doesn't look like there was.
And just Pete Sattler, no sooner after leaving him, he's shuffled down, shoving pizza and the like into his mouth, and jumped in the cars. They're there for a while, so he might be struggling getting the belts over his bigger belly after stealing all our food, but they're away now.
Yeah, well, I've got nothing to say about that, I tell you. But I tell you what, there was a close call there with the 026. We had a look at that replay, and I'm just seeing who's in that car. That's Brenton O'Brien. As Marlon came up to lap him, Brenton got the slide on and slid in front of him off the track, and Marlon just avoided it. So a bit of a close call there.
Yes, indeed. And looking back now, we've got Wayne Taylor in a battle here for 20th position. And we've got that sort of redback car there, I think, is it, that just got a little bit excited under power. I'm trying to find it for you, Bernie. Tyson Williams, I know, in the ASM Young Guns car. He's got a fair bit of damage to the front right there, and he's probably going to have to bring that in and use up one of his fast repairs.
I'm just having a look now at this replay to pick it up and see exactly what's happened here. Oh yeah, he did get excited, didn't he? That car, that was rather an interesting incident, because he was accelerating and it just sort of started fishtailing out of that corner, but it happened pretty late.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of damage to the front of that car, so he'll bring it back to the pits now. They're sort of in a pit window, so that's not too bad. But
yeah.
They're a bit further back down the field than I would have thought they'd be. Oh, and he's spun it again at the second last corner.
Yeah, he has. We saw that in the distance as we came back to live pictures, and he's got it going again now. And I guess, you know, when something like that happens, the driver can get pretty flustered, can't he? And you can just see that car is bent. Could just see the angle it came in to the pit lane there. He turned the wheel and it looked like it wanted to go straight ahead.
And I'm pretty sure that's put him down a lap now too.
You're right, he has gone down a lap, and by time, I guess he's going to get a fast repair and he'll be back out, but that's very costly. In fact, all the cars that are down a lap, it's down to 22. Pete Sattler is the last one that is down a lap, but that's of course due to pit stops, and that should shuffle back through as the leaders start stopping.
And this is when you know, it's like what we were talking about earlier, when you get a dropout and you're worried whether or not you're going to get another one. Pete's in that position now because he's down a lap, but he's made his pit stop, and he just hopes there's not a safety car. So, you know, he wants to make sure he gets back on the lead lap before a safety car comes out.
Yeah, exactly. And I'll tell you what, back here, second, third, Riley Blythe is defending vigorously from Sam Blacklock here, and Riley's the body language of these two cars. Both of these drivers are pushing them to the limit for this position. So all of a sudden, these guys have decided it's time to liven up the race a little bit.
Yeah, they're not wanting to give an inch, are they?
No, and we're in now with Sam Blacklock in this car, the Apex Replicas entry. You can just see the way he's working that wheel under brakes, and he's throwing everything he can at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like he pushed it a bit too hard coming onto the front straight then, and lost a bit of ground to Riley. Yeah,
he went really deep into the second last corner there, and suffered the consequences of a slow exit, but he's starting to crawl back up the back now onto Riley, and we'll see what he can do here. But last time out, Riley was spinning the wheels up coming out of some of these corners. as he goes really deep again. There was a bit of a touch there in the back, and I don't know what's going on, but someone's eating their wheat bix tonight.
Yeah, it's great to watch. Great to watch.
Yeah, and the Rat Corp entry's right up on them now, and although this car, oh, there he goes again, the Apex car just breaking loose under acceleration. But of course Dane Warren there, he wants to clear these guys. He's trying to get a lap back. And this is when it gets hard, isn't it, Nick? Like, you've got the pace, you know those two are fighting for position. What do you do? I guess they're not going to like it, but you want those positions back, don't you?
Yeah, well, if that was me, I'd probably let him go. But, yeah, they don't have to. And now that Sam makes that move.
Yeah, you see him make that move. He was thinking about that last time through as the ERT's right up on the back of him. Great exit there, straight into the pits. How cheeky. Yeah,
I was about to say that they are about to pit anyway, because that's lap 27 or 28, I think, that they've done since their last pit. So they're right in their window, so that'll free Dane up a fair bit.
Yeah, so Dane's now got past Riley straight away, and looking at your race standings of the top 10 at the moment, but Riley Blythe's leading, Jake Maloney in second. Daniel Trim, he's dropped down to fourth, and that was his second spot, but Bruce Keeley up to third, Luke Harvey fifth, Gene Fitter sixth, he's dropped to seventh, Luke Page up to sixth, Jamie McKnight eighth, Michael Schreier ninth, and Thomas Hinds rounds out your top 10. So looks like a few of them are pitting. We can see at the moment the 99's in, so is the 215, and who else? Yeah, Luke Harvey's back in that Apex entry from Sam Blacklock, I think.
Yeah, so now Danny Trim's obviously driving with Marlon, so he's got a lot of pressure on him now to keep that car circulating at a decent pace. Yeah,
so as you're saying, this is when they all start hoping that safety car doesn't bite them, because this is a vulnerable time for the leaders, isn't it? And you can't do much about it. You really only have to drive to your strategy and not worry about things that are out of your control.
Very true.
So we'll see how Daniel goes now. We've got Michael Schreier in the 88 car now, so he's jumped in from Brenton Hobson. So I tell you what, these guys, it's a good pairing once again for the 88 car.
It is. It's a very strong pairing indeed.
Yeah, so 47 laps out of 132 to go here, folks. I've got half a glass of water left. Yes, it is water, because Pete stole the good stuff.
Tap water.
Pretty much. Yeah, so just having a look at the chat, it looks like a lot of the people there are enjoying our coverage. Bit of a debate going on about TeamSpeak and causing a few issues for some of the drivers there. But apart from that, it's looking pretty quiet in there.
I was actually just focused on the MFR 102 car, who hit the wall fairly hard coming out of the chicane. They've just been given a penalty for going over 35 incidents. So I'm not too sure. He might have been reading his screen at the time and hit the wall.
Oh no. And, Troy Allen here, this must be the one you're talking about. Is it MFR Sensor 2?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, so we're just having a look at the replay of this, and you can see exactly what happened to you folks. Okay, the one I've got is...
They were caught up in early lap incidents as well, so they haven't had much fun today.
No, not at all. Sometimes, you know, oh yeah, you're right. That car actually broke loose again under acceleration, and it was the most bizarre break. Like we were pretty close with the cameras and didn't look like the wheels were spinning up, but he just sort of speared into the fence.
He didn't miss it, did he?
No, he definitely didn't miss it, that's for sure. But just having a look, it looks like Ian Ford, he's in the pits now, jumping in to the RRT1 car and replacing Riley Blythe. So Riley would have done his minimum. So remember, we were talking about the tick. Well, they've pretty much ticked that box off now, and they're free to pretty much race the rest of the race the way they want. Now the question, Nick, is do you reckon Riley will get back in this car tonight, or do you reckon Ian can drive this till the end?
Well, I'm a lot older than Ian, but I know I wouldn't be able to do a 2.5 hour stint.
Yeah, neither would I.
And that's what they're asking him to do if he stays in the car to the end of the race. But he's done it plenty of times before as well, so we'll see if they do it again. What they've got, though, I guess, is they've got the flexibility. If they want to change it, they can.
Yeah, so, well, that's it, isn't it? You get that flexibility, and that's all about your race strategy. Get your flexibility in there, and then you can make decisions where if you don't have that flexibility, if something happens, it's too bad, so sad. You've got to pretty much stick to what you've got.
That's correct.
So I'm just having a look at the cars that have not pitted yet, because a lot of them have come in. You can see David Baxter there, sitting number 10 in the 031. He's jumped in from Aaron Lee, and I've got him down as not stopping. So I don't know how Aaron got out. They must have done a fly through. Sean Thompson is now in the PFR Team GTI entry. He's currently sitting 9th, so we'll see what Sean can do now.
Yeah, Sean, hopefully it won't be Sean's fault, but we'll see how he goes.
Yeah, and Ben Twydale's now in the Synergy Sim Racing 3 entry. They're currently sitting in 7th, so we'll keep on updating you folks as we see the co-drivers, or they're not really co-drivers, the other driver in the car jumps in. Who else we've got out there? Josh Rogers in the 92 has jumped in and running in 5th as he goes past the 026. And let's see, 026 Jake Blackhall is into that car from Brenton O'Brien.
Yeah, Jake Blackhall, of course, he's a very accomplished V8 driver, but he hasn't had a lot of wheel time over the last 12-18 months with studies and the like. But the interesting one now is going to see how that hyperstimulator TTV car goes with Josh Rogers behind the wheel.
Yeah, well, it definitely will be interesting. He's 18.8 seconds down as he goes past one of the Pagnian cars, which are probably a lap down. But yeah, Josh is one of these drivers like Ian and a lot of these top guys where once he gets his groove on, so to speak, he can just churn lap after lap out, and he's like a machine, isn't he, once he really gets into the groove of things.
He is indeed.
And they're in a pretty good position, 5th at the moment. They're 2 seconds down from Ian Ford, so it's going to be an interesting battle if Josh can catch him between Ian and Josh Rogers. I'm not sure who I'd pick as who would win out of that battle.
Well, it's going to be definitely worth watching when that gap closes down, at the end of this lap, or pretty much on this lap.
Yeah, and I tell you what, we were talking earlier about the cheekiness of the 215, I think it was, the Apex Racing car making that move then pitting. They're actually probably one of the winners out of this pit stop strategy, because they're finding themselves sitting in 2nd at the moment, 6.9 seconds down from the 99, which is a Mullen Daniel Trim entry. But these guys have done pretty well in that pit stop.
Yeah, and just looking, Danny Trim just did a 147.1 So Luke Harvey made 2 seconds up on him that lap, and what I was saying before about he's going to have the pressure on him in this stint. So we'll see how he goes, and there's going to be some good battles going on in the top 5 over the next few laps, that's for sure.
Yeah, there certainly are, and we're having a look in Josh Rogers' car at the moment, and you can see Ian just up there getting the car a bit taily under acceleration. But look under the brakes, he's now closed right up on the back of the ERT entry, and he's done that in probably about 3 or 4 corners, closed that gap right up. So now we'll see the battle we're anticipating.
Just bear with me, I've just made a mistake that I've got to fix up.
Not a problem. Riding with Josh Rogers there, you can't get much closer than that, folks, but he throws it up the inside. Ian Ford on the outside, there's contact, and Josh backs out of it. See what he can do under brakes here now, folks, coming into turn 1, lap 51, starting lap 52 of 132, not even halfway distance here yet. See Ian there locking his brake, he's going to be vulnerable here. Is Josh going to throw it up the inside? He's thinking about it. So we can see now Ian going defensive. Will Josh get the undercut? He's going to, but he's going to be on the outside up here as they come into the chicane. And we'll see what occurs here. He should get it. And he makes that move. Sorry folks, I didn't know where we were on the circuit. No chicane, just a very nice left-hander there, which Josh has now moved up to 4th, but I tell you what, he had to work hard for that. So your top 5 at the moment, Daniel Trim for Performance Motorsport Chassis leading. 5.9 seconds is a gap back to Luke Harvey in the Apex Replicas TTR. 3rd, we have Michael Schreier for Synergy Sim Racing, 7.3 seconds off the lead. Josh Rogers, 13.9 seconds off the lead in 4th for Hyperstimulator TTV, and then Ian Ford just behind him in the ERT1 entry.
Okay, sorry, I'm back now, Bernie. Just by way of some update, we've had several teams that have been issued with incident penalties, so I'll just quickly run through who they are for you if you'd like. I think I mentioned earlier the West End Mazda 121 was the first car that fell foul of the incident penalties. Then the ASM Young Guns number 248, the MFR Censored 2, who we spoke about earlier as well when they hit the wall, but I believe they've retired that car from the race. The 028 SDC Motorsports, and then to make things from bad to worse for Dane Warren and Daniel Williams, they've just clicked up 35 incidents as well for a penalty, as well as Shannon Mason in the Proforce Racing Team Edge 1, all been served with 30-second hold penalties.
Wow, I'll tell you what, that All-Star Motorsports, they just can't get a break tonight, can they? And they're still out there, but that must be a hard pill to swallow. Yeah, so it's just, you know, when you come somewhere believing and knowing that you've got a really good shot at it, to suffer, the terrible luck of the dropout, and then it's just that if all they did was the dropout, they'd actually be doing all right. It just went from bad to worse from there, so that's just terrible luck for those guys. Yeah, it certainly is. We can see him now just coming in to serve that penalty, and we'll see how they go. But, you know, to their credit, they're still circulating, they're still trying to rack up points, and that's what you need to do to win a championship like this, isn't it? When things are going bad, like really bad, you just got to stick with it, because you just don't know at the end of this long race they may salvage something out of it.
Well, you know, in all honesty, they're in 39th at the moment. I would expect them to probably finish around 20th still.
Yeah, so there's still... do you know what the points go back to? Do they go all the way down, or is there a cut-off?
Yeah, the points go all the way down, so they'll get points as long as they're a classified finisher. But, you know, each position they get another couple of points, another couple of points.
Yeah, and that's the thing, isn't it? Just keep on getting those points. And speaking about points, we've got Mr. Henry King in the race control room with us. Sorry, Henry, there's no food here, mate. Pete Sattler stole all that. But I tell you what, that Zuva entry, it's looking beautiful once again tonight. Sorry, I'll just turn your volume up and you can have a chat. Okay, so what were you saying? You have to go somewhere else?
No, I'll have to go somewhere else to get a feed if Pete's eating all the food. That's what I come up here for.
Yeah, you know what
Pete's
Pete's like.
Bit of aircon and some grub.
He looked a little bit heavy around the midriff when he left, so there might be some out the back of the Stealth Sim Sport garage if you wander back down past there on your way back to your car.
All right, I'll just take me Zuva jacket off before I run in there.
Yeah.
How's your race been going? It's been a bit of a yo-yo for you. You were well inside the top 6 or 7 early on. Then you had an incident that caused you to pit for repairs, and then you were back up to about 4th place. And just looking for you now. Oh, there you are. You're highlighted for me in P6, so you'd be pretty happy with where you're sitting now.
Yeah, definitely. We threw a curveball at ourselves, figured we'd try and get an early safety car gain and pit on lap 9, which we did get a gain from it, but unfortunately a few other guys pitted before the safety car came out as well, so they had even shorter stops. But yeah, usually we've been around the end of the back 10, top 10, so I'd like to get on the podium, but we'll see how Jordan can manhandle this thing. It's pretty quick, but I've set him a hard task at the moment.
Yeah, I must admit when I saw that you did pit and then the safety car came out, I was actually a bit surprised that you did go into the pits. I thought you were going to stay out. You didn't quite get it as good as one of your sister cars. I think Brenton Hobson pitted just 2 laps before the seat, or 1 lap before the safety car came out, so that gave them fantastic track position, and they're now sitting in 3rd, with Josh Rogers starting to breathe down their neck in the next couple of laps.
Yeah, one of the main reasons I pitted earlier on, other than the strategy call, was that the tyre pressures just weren't right and the car didn't feel good, but after the early stop it felt brilliant, and we've stuck with that for now. But yeah, it was 3 or 4 cars behind Hobbo when we pitted, and about 10 when we came out. Yeah,
so I mean, things are working well. I mean, where did you start? You started 6th. You've gone up and down, and you're back in 6th. So I've just got your grade out on my timing at the moment. Nothing's happened there, has it?
No, still in 6th. Just passing a lap to car at the moment.
Yeah, just wondering. Just every now and then the Joel reel timing just cuts out. So I was a bit worried when you just turned all grey on my screen.
At the moment it's good. Jordan and I thankfully fixed our internet issues before the start. We both had really high pings, and I actually reset my modem twice, but all good at the moment. At the moment we're just aiming for a decent point scoring position, with both of us being in the hunt for the championship. Yeah,
and that's what we were talking about. The All-Star guys just having terrible luck today. They had a dropout early on. Just watch out for that West End Mazda car. They dropped out early on, then had one of those ridiculous iRacing 2-minute penalties, and then they got a 35 incident penalty. So putting a championships together is all about just keeping in there, never giving up, and keep getting solid results. And you got gee, how's your heart? This has not been a good lap, has it?
I'm all right.
Just got a few cars spearing off straight in front of you.
Yeah, I held my breath there, that's for sure. But Henry, this must be the 6th paint job you've sported in this Zuva entry?
I've lost count, to be honest.
They always look $1 million though. Like this one's a really nice paint job. They all are, but I really like the look of this. It looks like you split it down the middle.
Well,
Got the fire and the ice.
Well, yeah, it's red fire and blue fire on either side, but with both myself and Jordan having two different sponsors, and I wanted to do something a bit different. We pinched the design from the Pepsi Mac crew from 2013 and went the fire on ice way.
Yeah, it looks beautiful, that's for sure. And I remember a Formula One car did something similar, didn't they, with their sponsors? But I think that they had to repaint their car.
Yeah, that was the good old BAR Racing with Lucky Strike and 555, wasn't it? Because originally they wanted to enter one car in each livery, and it was against the Formula One rules, so they decided they'd put the ugliest car on the grid with a zip down the middle.
Yeah, I think they only got it out for one race, didn't they? And then they had to take the zip off and all the rest of it.
Not too sure, but we shouldn't talk about that in the same vein as this, because this is a beautiful looking car. I always look forward to seeing both your cars, Henry, and the Race on Oz team cars. They're probably my two favourite liveries to look out for each race meeting.
That's it. When you got a good sponsor like Zuva on board, we had to make sure the cars are looking 100% for them.
Yeah, they always do, don't they? They always turn out beautifully, and it's another great paint job. Is this one you guys do in-house, or is it one you've commissioned?
No, this is one I had to fire up the sticker machine for. Actually, all the Zuva paints I've done myself, but this one's probably my favourite by far.
Yeah, it's definitely striking, that's for sure. But I guess we could talk to you all night, couldn't we? But we've got Simon Mazzono down there waiting for a chat as well. So as always, Henry, before we let you go, give a shout out to all your sponsors for backing your car tonight.
I don't know if I can do that in one go. The show's not long enough with the number of guys that are on this thing, but I'll give a shout out to zuva.net.au. The guys have been with us since the start of the year, and also to GDG Customs.
No worries. And what does Zuva do?
Zuva do website hosting and domain name, so if you want a cheap domain name or cheap website hosting, jump over to their either Facebook page or their website, definitely.
Okay, I think I asked you that last time and I said I'd go and check them out. So there you go, I haven't yet, but yeah, no worries. Well, anyway, Henry, you're going to be back in the car a bit later on?
We'll see how we go. I'd like to not have Jordan exhaust himself for 2 and a bit hours, so I'll probably be in it, and then I might join you back up here for the finish.
Fantastic. Well, you're very welcome. If you do come back up, though, can you bring some food with you?
Yeah, I'll see what I can find.
And just very quickly, Henry, I was watching the V8s today, and as you do when you watch these and you're in some virtual racing, I thought as soon as I saw that Go Get a Nissan, I thought, geez, that'd work well on Henry's car. So there's something you can get in the paint shop as well. If you know the one in the they don't call it the development series. Yeah. I think that'd work well with a Zuva on it too. That one.
Oh, I'll have to have a play.
Anything to slow you down.
We'll try.
Fantastic. Well, we'll hopefully see you back up here a bit later on tonight, Henry, but you better get down there and start your exercises.
Cheers, guys. Have fun.
Thanks, Henry.
So, just a bit of an update, folks, before we go to the next interview. Daniel Trim in the Performance Motorsports Chassis entry is still leading this race. His gap, the gap is dwindled all the way down to 1.1 seconds from well over 5 seconds, so he's going to be under a lot of pressure very soon. Josh Rogers is sitting in third now, and he's 3.9 seconds off the lead, with Michael Schreier in fourth position, 8.9 seconds off the lead, and rounding out your top five just behind Michael is Ian Ford, and then of course we've got the Zuva entry, and they're 26.6 seconds off the lead.
Yeah, and this is going to be interesting here. Let's see what Danny does, but the guy that will be wanting to hustle really will be Luke, because he won't want to give Josh Rogers the opportunity to catch up to him while he's trying to get past Danny, and Danny could potentially just open the door a little bit and then hopefully stick on the tail of Luke and give himself a bit more time here. So we'll see what happens. They're coming down the front straight. Luke's right on him. Not too sure he's going to have a look as they come into turn one. He's pulled out. Danny's covering him, and there's contact. Just a little bit, and Luke's going to make his way past, or is he going to give it back to Danny? Looks like he's going to give it back to Danny. Didn't want to take the chance of a penalty, but look where Josh Rogers is now.
Yeah, right on the back of him, I tell you what. That was a very close call for Daniel Trim there, coming across the nose there of Luke. He could have been in the wall before he knew it.
Yeah, and look, in all honesty, the smart thing would have been just to let Luke go and then stick on his tail, because in all honesty, it's only going to be a matter of time before Luke gets past him, and it'll happen within 2 laps, and then we won't have much chance to blink before Josh Rogers will be through as well.
Yeah, we're riding on the roof cam now of Josh Rogers. He's looking up the outside. He's not going to make that move there. Thinking the inside, not going to make it there either. But I'll tell you what, if he gets a sniff of this, he's going to pass both of them.
Yeah, and bear in mind those Luke and Josh are racing for the same stable. I think that once again the smart thing to do would Josh just to hang back a little bit so Luke doesn't have to worry about looking in his mirrors. Let Luke focus on getting past Danny. Then Josh will be past, and then within another lap or so, Josh will probably be past Luke as well. But lo and behold, there goes Josh.
Yeah, I was going to say they're not listening. No, Josh is up through now, and he'll make a move on Daniel, I think, at the end of this start-finish straight. But I tell you what, Josh is an exciting driver, isn't he? When he sees an opportunity, he's not shy in snatching it.
Yeah, and you're not wrong, and maybe that's why I'm an old bloke pottering around near the back of the field rather than up the front with these guys, because I don't necessarily put these battles in, and then now Luke makes his way past Danny as well.
Yeah, so in 2 corners, folks, the 99 went from first to third, but I tell you what, he's in pretty high esteemed company with these 2 drivers, and they made the move pretty quick, didn't they? Josh made the first move, he got Daniel out a bit, and then Luke pounced and went around the outside and snatched second away.
Yeah, and now, like we were talking early in the race when the All-Star car was out in front, Danny's job now is he's halfway through his stint. He's on lap 13 of his stint. His job now is to try and stay within 5 to 10 seconds of these cars.
That's right, and bring that car back in good condition for Marlon to jump into, and as you said, within 5 seconds, so that Marlon can try and hunt these guys down. Shall we go to our next interview? What do you reckon?
Yep, I think it's probably a good time to bring them up.
Hi Simon, welcome to RRTV's Combox, mate. Thanks for waiting. We're having a look at your car at the moment. Looks like Paul Chakuti's in that car, and you're sitting 35th at the moment.
Yeah, it's not been the greatest start to our race. Yeah, didn't qualify too well either, which doesn't sort of help, but we'll keep soldiering on. I mean, our goal at the beginning of the race was just to get to the end, so that's just what we'll do, keep our heads down and just at least get to the end of the race.
Yeah, well, you're up 2 positions from where you started, so it's not too bad. And but I guess the question is, we've seen your car. Have we seen? No, it's a different car. Sorry. No, it is this car. It's got 2 different paint jobs on each side. I think we saw it in trouble a bit earlier tonight. Have you got any fast repairs left on this?
Not anymore. we just had 2 unfortunate incidents. Like there's the one at the start, and then there was another one later on in the race when Paul just got in the car, and that sort of just threw the curveball at us. So we don't have any left. So at the moment it's just trying to just get home safely.
Yeah, well, the safety car's just come out for our second random safety car now. now, Simon, so what's the plan from here? Do you keep him out, or are you going to bring him in for a bit of a pit stop here?
Well, I just literally just said to him now, stay out. We've got plenty of fuel in the car, so yeah, we've got to try to sort of make back a bit of time. Hopefully this safety car will allow us to do it, because being a lap down just doesn't help. So if he stays out there, we might be lucky enough to get sent around. Oh, we're in front. Yep, we should be right. We're in front of the safety car.
Yep, you've gone through the safety car, either that or he's gone and done a wind cup. Just make sure the light's green when he went past.
Yeah, I was just joking. Make sure those lights are green, buddy. We don't want to do that tonight.
Yeah, so that should give you 1 lap back, shouldn't it?
Yeah, that should give us our 1 lap back. But unfortunately, though, we were more than 1 lap down. So if we weren't that extra lap down, we'd be right on the money. This is kind of what we were hoping for, but unfortunately, the circumstances changed on us halfway through.
Well, it could still work out for you, though, because if you're going to keep him out and all these cars in front of you decide to pit, it puts you off strategy, but it may get you that position, that lap back.
Yeah, maybe. It's just, I think, I just got to double check, but I'm pretty sure we're more than a lap down. It should get us a lap back, but unfortunately we're more than a lap down. Yeah, we're 2 laps down. So it'll get us 1 lap back, but I think from my calculations we're probably going to still be a lap short. We'll see. Once it all funnels through, I guess we don't know until everything sort of funnels through and spreads itself out where we are sitting. But I'd expect we at least get 1 lap back, but I'd be surprised if we get 2.
One of the advantages if you are just 1 lap down, I mean, there's only 17 cars on the lead lap, so you can still score yourself a half reasonable result. It's all about staying out there and battling on. And hey, look on the bright side, Simon, you weren't even sure if you're going to be racing tonight at one stage, so it's better than sitting at home doing nothing, isn't it?
Yeah, you Nick knew about our troubles trying to get a driver, which big thanks to Paul for stepping in tonight. He had his regular drive and just sort of said, yep, I'll jump in with you, get you out there tonight. So big thanks to him for stepping up and doing that, because about 5 o'clock this afternoon I didn't have a co-driver, so yeah, happy just to be out there, happy to just give the car a run, that's probably one of the biggest things. I just wanted to get the car out there and get it circulating, whatever the result is. So DFR's sort of, got big thanks to them to sort of help me get this thing going. Obviously, as I sort of said last week, it's a brand new team I'm starting up that's just on my own at the moment, but I'm using DFR just to sort of help me get going. They're giving me all the technical advice and knowledge and experience to sort of get this going, and we'll see. It may grow into something, it may not, but anyway, you'll know as if you give it a crack. So yeah, just to be out there and running around is the important thing.
Yes, we just look now, we've got the top 7 or 8 cars all straight into the pits. Bernie, sorry Simon, just let people know a little bit about what's happening here. So we've got a couple of cars here that'll get the wave around. So position 18 is Matt Lepoidevan, who's going around. Connor McCluskey Young in 19th, getting back onto the lead lap, as is Jake Blackall found himself a lap down. Pete Sattler as well. We know he's carrying a bit of extra weight in that car, so he's getting his lap back too.
We just saw Paul Cicutti also go through. I'm not sure if he's got that lap back again or not. We're not sure on that one yet.
Dane Warren gets a lap back.
We're just looking out of the blimp, folks. You can see all the action down there in pit lane, and as always, it's a busy time for a lot of the teams. I think this is the first time we've been quiet all night, but
sorry, I'm just getting some wave around sorted.
Oh, that's all right. So Simon, while all the action's happening out there on track, tell us a bit more about your plans for your new team and moving forward. I know you're giving it a crack, and And how do people, if they are, well, first thing, are you looking for drivers? And if you are, how do people get in contact with you?
At the moment, we're not really looking at the moment. Only because I sort of want to get a stable footing with myself first. Obviously, not having done this before, it's all new to me. I'd rather sort of have a stable platform that I know that if I do decide to bring someone in, that I'm going to be able to give them the support and being able to give them things to categories to race in and stuff to do. So I don't really at this stage want to bring someone in just to sort of have them float around while I'm trying to sort out what it is the goal of the team is, what I want to achieve this year, next year, so on and so forth. So at the moment I just don't really see a point in bringing anyone in at the moment, but that could all change. I have actually had a few people sort of talk to me about it, and as I've sort of said to them, give me a bit of time. I'm definitely going to be open to, provided how things go, open to expanding, but at the moment that's a long-term goal.
Yeah, fair enough. And for the viewers out there that are wondering what goes into a race team, I tell you what, from experience, a hell of a lot goes into building a good race team. It's as much work as I reckon building a real life race team. You've still got all the same things, haven't you? You've got to present your cars. If you're looking for sponsorship, you've got to be able to put together good sponsorship proposals. You've got your car setups, of course. All sorts of things goes into making a good race team, Simon.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I'm so thankful for DFR, because they've sort of allowed me to sort of leverage myself off them, because I know...
Just about to go green, sorry. Sorry, Simon, to cut you off. We're just about to go green now, that's all.
Yeah, so we're under starters' orders once again. Josh Rogers leads, Luke Harvey second, Ian Ford third, Brodie Whitmore fourth. Coming into the first corner here, it should be alright for the first five, but looking deeper in the pack, can see one of the Redback cars having a crack, and Henry King on the outside, well, a Supercar. It's looking pretty clean so far, Nick.
Yeah, it looks like a decent restart. The car I'll be interested to see how it goes now is Ian Ford. He was 7 seconds off the lead leading into the pit stops. Has a look down the inside of Luke Harvey here. He wasn't quite as quick as I was expecting him to be, but that might have been because he was waiting for now.
Yeah, quite possibly, and we can see there's been a few more driver changes. Aaron Lee is back in the 31. They're in 11th position now, and they've just made up a position on one of the, I think it's one of the Kimi Rural fencing entries, possibly. It looks like a similar paint job, but up front, of course, Josh Rogers is now streaking away. We've got Ian Ford behind his old teammate Luke Harvey. So we'll see how these guys go. This must be strange for these two. This must be one of the first times they've actually raced against each other for a very long time.
Yeah, they've of course on the non-enduros events they had several races against each other, but they were able to talk to each other at that same time as well. Now it's they're racing blind to an extent.
Yeah, the thing is they both know each other driving style, don't they? So there won't be any surprises there, as Ian now has a look on the inside. Is Luke going to let him through? He's braking, and it looks like Ian's going to make that move stick. He does. Nice clean pass there, and I guess now he's going to see if he can close in Josh, because of course, Nick, no more safety cars tonight unless something really catastrophic happens. So if they let Josh go too far, they're going to have trouble pulling him back in.
They most certainly will. So we're now down to what 70 odd lap sprint, I guess it is now, through to the end around Imola. And Luke made that fairly easy for Ian, in all honesty, and it's a bit about what I was talking about before, about driving a bit smarter as well. Luke probably knows that Ian's a little bit quicker than him, and Luke can now just hang on to his skirt tails, and if Ian makes a mistake, or if Luke looks after his tyres better, then he's got a chance to attack back for that position.
Yeah, exactly right, and it's the way they approach the race and the way they battle, and that's, if you look at a lot of the top drivers, that's what they are very good at. Not only the consistent racing, the racecraft, knowing when to fight and when not to fight, and knowing what their role is or what their goal of that race is, and sticking to that strategy. And we see it a lot with the top guys, and more and more as our esport matures, it's becoming more and more like real world racing, and the way these guys are conducting themselves is exactly the same way. And getting back to you, Simon, I guess that's the sort of thing you'll be looking at in establishing your team. You were saying about getting that the base down and getting some leverage off the guys supporting you, and that must be invaluable for a new team to be able to tap into that experience and get that structure right at the start.
Yeah, exactly, because just trying to get, you just want to start off the right way. You don't want to sort of get going and be sort of chasing yourself halfway along, and especially with the way, I mean, as you were sort of saying, with the way esports is, I've been sort of, not necessarily with iRacing, but other esports, I've been one of those Blizzard fanboys, so I know Overwatch and StarCraft and all those games. I've followed them for a very long time, and seeing how those esports have matured, and I'm actually sort of starting to see now. I hate to sort of plug another game, but Project Cars is one of those that's sort of taking motorsport or sim racing in that direction, that giving it a real sort of esports promotion, and I think that's something that I think we really need, at least someone to sort of put it out there and make it known that we are here, and that we are actually quite competitive and quite serious, and hopefully that just generates the attention from that. Obviously I'd love for it to come to iRacing, not Project Cars, because I think the better product is here, but it just depends. I think ourselves, broadcasters, team owners, promoters, we've got to be part of that. We've got to help promote the product. I mean, it's fine to ask iRacing to sort of do it for us, but we need to know, we need to do it ourselves as well. We need to be part of that, and I think get a good group of people together, we can definitely do that, and definitely show them that we're serious and we're professional, and this is what we do and this is what we love.
Yeah, exactly right. It's been one of my dreams to see that happen in the iRacing. Whether it happens here or somewhere else, it depends, because of course to get it in front of a wide audience costs a hell of a lot of money, and we can see the V8 Supercars now, they are looking at having a tilt at esports. It looks like they'll probably do it with Sony or Xbox, because that's where the money is. F1's also thinking about having a tilt at esports simulation, so it'll be interesting to see what platform they go with. But I'd love our community to get together and put together something that can be showcased to the public, but we just need the funds. I think we've got the skills, we've got the know-how, we just need the backing, I guess, to make it happen.
And that's exactly what you're saying. That's what it needs in the end, is just people to get behind it. And you look at a lot of those sort of things like BlizzCon, ESL, all the big leagues. It's just they've got big funding and big promoters behind it, and unfortunately that's just what we don't have. And we need either someone or a company or something like that to be able to get behind it and promote it that way and give it that platform. And at the moment we're sort of just not quite getting it. So hopefully it happens. I'd really love to see it happen. Hopefully, given what I've decided to sort of do with myself and iRacing, I can sort of help out in that. Just to at least try and help the sport grow. It's funny how I say it's a sport. It's a game, but we always talk about it as if it's like a real life sport. It's an actual thing. So, and that's why I think it's just got so much potential in it, because a lot of us, you look at the community and everyone else, that the way we all talk about it, we don't talk about it as if it's just a bit of a game. We all know that, but the effort and energy we put into it, it's a lot more than that. everything that goes into it's a lot more than that. So that's what I think. We all come together. You know, it's amazing what we can do, and series like this is just a prime example of it. People get together and, you know, look at what you can achieve.
Oh, exactly right. And the thing is, with the way our esports going now, from when I joined 5 years ago to where it is now, is light years ahead. And if you look at the way the teams are presenting themselves, the way they're attracting sponsorship, and the way they conduct themselves both on and off the track, the more professional they're getting, that's going to filter through, and I think that's now starting to happen, and hopefully the sponsorship will filter through to broadcasters like myself, V8's Online. They're the main two, as we see one of the cars go off, one of the Synergy cars into the wall there. Sorry about that. Let's see if we can find out who that was.
Sorry, I was watching the battle back in 15th for a while there, which was pretty willing, and then the battle at the front there between I think it was Michael Schreier, Danny Trim and Brodie Whitmore, as well as Posy as well for 4th through to 8th, was a pretty entertaining battle as well. So I needed a couple of screens to follow it all.
Yeah, well, I think Ben Twydale's had a big off here. He's gone straight ahead through the chicane, and coming in, oh yeah, he got tagged big time by, I think it was one of the Kimi Rural fencing entries, coming into turn 14, and cameraman, show us the pictures, and he's gone heavily into the wall, and yeah, you don't want to see that, do you, for the 375. They were in a good position.
They were indeed, and yeah, hopefully they'll have a fast repair left if there's too much damage, and or if they can keep on going through to their pit stop and get some repairs done then.
Yeah, so they're in the pit getting service now, but a bit of your top 10, folks, is Josh Rogers is leading 2.7 seconds over Ian Ford in second. Luke Harvey is sitting third, 1.8 seconds down. Michael Schreier, 5.8 seconds in fourth, followed by Brodie Whitmore, fifth, Glenn Postlethwaite, sixth, seventh, Daniel Trim, Brady Mayers, eighth, Henry King, ninth, and Aaron Lee has moved that entry up into 10th position.
And getting back to that 375, that was a real shame for them because, you know, to me, they're well, especially Daniel Ackland's driving. I think he was driving outstandingly well tonight. You know, I think they'd moved up 17 or 16 positions at one stage, however, when they were sitting in about 7th place. So he'd done a stellar job tonight, and you know, now they're way back where they started. But this battle for 4th is, well, 5th just keeps on going, doesn't it? This is a great battle.
Yeah, it's a gift that just keeps on giving, isn't it? And you can see now that battle, Michael Schreier, Brodie Whitmore was involved in that. Brodie did get a bit of a hip and shoulder, I think it was. Was it Brodie? I think it was. Yes, it was. A few laps back, so he's on a bit of a recovery at the moment.
And Brodie, I think he actually pitted just before the safety car came out, so he found himself a bit further up at the restart, so he had a great strategy call, or some great luck coming in just the lap before then, and you know, as is the case a lot of the times, these guys, that a lot of their times are so close together that you find yourself 10 places further up through something like that, and you can still run with those guys, but when you are buried back further, is that you're only a fraction quicker than them, and it's just so hard to make it past.
Oh, it certainly is. We just saw there Brady Mayers making a move, and Daniel Trim, he's moved up a position. It was actually Daniel that had the hip and shoulder, but Daniel's really slow off the last corner there, and the Zuva entry is going to get him as well, so I'm not sure what's happened there, but he looks like he's going to lose another position.
Yeah, well, Daniel Trim, he did a 1:48.1 that time around, so...
Yeah, he's getting a baptism of fire tonight, isn't he? He's got some very big drivers all around him doing a fantastic job at the moment, sitting in 8th. Of course, we know Marlon McMullen will jump into that car a bit later on. And as you were saying, his goal now is to keep that car in a competitive position to hand back over, I guess.
Yeah, and then he's got a bit of a gap, but Aaron Lee sitting in 10th, who's been driving very well, and Sean Thompson too, so it's not going to ease up on the pressure on Danny Trim, so he's needs to slot in there, just get focused and sit in this traffic and tag along with them, and hopefully hand the car back to Marlon in a decent position.
And we can see now the battle for 5th, 6th and 7th. We can see Posy in there. He's sitting in 6th. He's working on the back of Whitmore at the moment, but he's also got Mayers in the PRA entry. Mayers looks on the inside. Is he going to make it? He did that move to Daniel last time. He's repeated it again, and he takes another position. That's going to make Posy a bit vulnerable here to Trim, and it's really going off here at the moment.
Yeah, so Brodie's he's got the bit between his teeth at the moment. He's going to cover as they come down into turn 1. Now Danny's not too sure which one to pick, so he's going to go through the middle. Bit of a lock up there from Schreier. He's taken a very shallow exit there, and now he's got all crossed up.
Yeah.
Managed to hang on to it, and very lucky that Trim didn't hit him and help him around as well. But now Danny's under a lot of pressure from who's in the Zuva at the moment. Is it Henry King or Jordan Ross driving that one at the moment?
Henry King. So we've got Posy now defending from Daniel. We saw Posy get sideways. He gathered it up, but he's got Daniel Trim behind him. Henry King's also pushing at the moment. So all of a sudden it's on here, lap 72, and we'll see Daniel's holding line, but that's allowing Posy to get a bit of a gap, bit of a breathing space, and see how he goes. But the next one, Nick's going to be between Henry and Daniel, I'd say.
Yeah, it looks like it now. Daniel had a bad run out of there, and it looks like he's just going to... I thought he was going to let him through, but he's not.
No, he's holding station, and we're looking back on from the gearbox cam, or the bumper cam we should call it. It's not really a gearbox cam, of Daniel Trim's car here. You can see King up behind him. Watch him close under brakes here now. He's closed 3 car lengths in, not close enough to make a move, but right behind Henry, not too far away. We've also got Aaron Lee making his way up as well in the redback car.
Yeah, he's just slowly closing that gap, and Whitmore and Mayers have skipped away a little bit, and Schreier's also got a nice little gap over Trim now too.
Yeah, so they're spreading out again at the moment, but looking back at Aaron Lee, he's got about a 3-second gap over Sean Thompson, but Sean's sitting in 11th, 31 seconds off the lead, but still a hell of a lot of racing to go here, folks, and the guys are starting to put the pressure on each other now. We're getting to the serious end of the night.
Yeah, and it's good to see, 73 laps into the race, that we've still got plenty of decent battles going on through the field.
Yeah, there certainly is. But anyway, Simon, thanks for sticking with us, mate. Sorry we cut off your interview. Before we let you go, did you want to give a shout out to your sponsors?
Well, I can thank myself as much as I want when I'm the only sponsor, but I'll probably thank them enough tonight. But yeah, just DFR for their help and support. So yeah, it's see how we go, I guess.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, best of luck with establishing your new team, mate, and team, mate. And we look forward to seeing you out here in further events.
No worries. Thank you. Thanks, Bernie. Thanks, Nick.
Thanks, Simon.
There's a lot of hip and shouldering going on here between Brady Mayers, Brodie Whitmore, side by side. Now Possy's coming on the outside. he's not out of this either. They're boxing each other in here, Nick. And
This has just closed right up very quickly, and they are 3 wide. It's Whitmore's out of it, but now Mayers and Schreier very close. I thought Brady was carrying too much. He was going to carry a bit too much speed into that corner, but he managed to get it through. But I think Schreier gave him a bit of cooperation and a bit of room as well, which was lucky for them both.
Yeah, and then we've got Whitmore. This has brought Daniel Trim back into this battle pack. We've also got Henry King in. Aaron Lee, he's just about onto the back of this battle pack of 5 cars, soon to be 6. And I'll tell you what, we always talk about temperature rising. I can feel it in my bones, folks. It's starting to get pretty serious out here amongst these drivers. Hip and shouldering. I thought it was going to be on Nick when they went 3 wide into turn 1, but it didn't, so we'll see how it unfolds from here.
Yeah, I've got to admit, I thought the big winner was going to be Danny. I thought it was the seas were parting for him, but they all managed to get 3 into 1-1-1 behind each other on the exit. So yeah, you need your cooperation from your fellow drivers, but generally they're only going to cooperate with you if you show them some respect. So good to see that they all made it through.
Yeah, they 3 wide into that turn and they all got through. It's a big testament, isn't it, to these guys? But that all got set up where we are now when Brady and Brodie collected each other. Looked like Brady on the inside, hip and rubbed shoulders with Brodie, and that set Glenn up. And now we can see Glenn on Brady here on the inside, looking on the outside. Brady's covering him off once again, and he's going to have to hold station here.
Yeah, and it's worked out nice to Danny. What I was saying before, he's just got to find his spot there and just hang on to these guys and keep the car circulating at a decent pace and out of trouble, because he's now managed to skip a little bit away from Henry King, who's finding himself probably more under pressure from Aaron Lee now than he is actually applying pressure to Danny. So Danny's doing exactly what he needed to, and now Henry's got to look out for Aaron behind him, who's generally not going to make a mistake and is a good, solid, consistent, fast driver. And if Henry doesn't cover the line and the like, and Aaron's got a run, you can be sure that he'll have a go at him.
Oh, he definitely will. And that's the thing, a lot of these drivers, if they can sniff any sort of opportunity or weakness out there, they will take advantage of it, because they're racing drivers. That's what they do. Yeah, now we can see Aaron Lee on the back of Henry King. That's going to give Daniel a bit of breathing space, isn't it? Because Henry all of a sudden is going to know he's getting a bit of pressure from behind here.
Yeah, and it's, as I said, it's worked out nicely for Danny this break. He's got another 13 laps at least to stay out there, I would say, because they're about halfway through this stint. You can hear the party in the background.
Yeah, folks, that's everyone tuning in to RRTV's live coverage tonight. It's great to hear the kids out there enjoying our coverage, Nick. And no, they're having a kids' party. It does add atmosphere, though, doesn't it? We should have background cheering more often.
Yeah, just they needed to do that cheer when someone was overtaking someone, though, didn't they?
Yeah, that's right. But we can see now Posey, Whitmore and Mayers. The battle continues between these 3. Then further back we've got Trim versus King versus Lee. So the battle pack's into 2 battle packs of 3 now. Question is, can Daniel come back up onto the back of them? And also, don't forget, we've also got Thompson there, and he's trying to get on the back of this battle pack.
Yeah, Sean's not quite the same speed. What's he doing? He's only a couple of tenths off them with the lap times he's doing. So once they start fighting, it'll only take 2 or 3 laps and he will be there. But I think if these guys stay in single file and focus on more eyes forward, then I don't think Sean will quite quick enough to catch them.
Yeah, it just depends. Like at the moment, the battle pack is breaking down, and they're getting more momentum, aren't they, compared to 3 laps ago when it was all on. I guess, this is when they all take a breather. Henry King now diving into the pits for his pit stop, so that takes him out of the battle, leaves Lee and Trim now trying to catch these 3, but at the moment they're not making much inroads on them.
And Henry's done a lot of short filling tonight. Again, he's only done 14 laps since his last stop, and this is his 5th time through the pits.
Wow, so that's an interesting strategy, isn't it? So not sure if there's something going on with that car which is getting them to do it. I couldn't imagine short filling would be a good strategy, would it?
Well, I guess what they're working on is that he can make it with one more stop from here. They'll stop around about a lap 105 from here, and that'll be enough for him to get home. So that's he's reverse. What do they call it? Reverse engineering the race. So he now knows he's got one more tank. He's got Jordan Ross in the car now as well. So they'll they're just running their own race, I guess, and he'll probably have some fairly clear air. He's got nice clear air in front of him, and just put his head down, put in some solid laps, and know what he's got to do.
We've had a coming together here. Aaron Lee, he's run he hasn't run into one of the cars a lap down. I think it was Aaron Lee. We'll have a look here. Drifted back on the track in front of him, and has caused a bit of an incident here. You can just have a look at the super slow-mo as the cars come right across into the side of Aaron, trying to get a number. It's one of the TRD entries, which is carrying a lot of damage, steering damage, and just drifted across into the side of the redback car, and there was a bit of a touch between Trim as well, but that was close.
Doesn't that make it look like a genius move from Henry to pit?
Exactly right.
He was right in the middle of that.
Exactly right, and I reckon Aaron would have held his breath too as that car went into his driver door. He's ripped off the left front fender, of course, but it could have been a hell of a lot worse than that.
Well, the advantage, of course, for these guys, if they do have damage, as we just said with Henry, they can make it home from one stop. Well, one more stop. They stop now. They've got one more stop. So everyone bar Henry King now has 2 stops to the end of the race.
Okay, so if we look at where Henry came out, I'm trying to find him on the track. I think he's handed the car back over, so who's he teamed up with?
Jordan Ross, and they're now down in 16th place.
16th, so he can get home from here. That's what you're saying?
No, he's got one more stop.
And the others have 2 more to do?
Yep.
Okay. It also takes him off sequence now from the other guys. Also taking him out of that battle and into fresh air, so we'll see what sort of lap times Jordan can do now that he's on a fairly clean track.
Yeah, and look, in all honesty, with the tyres on these cars now, you get a gain for about the first 5 laps, then you get a bit of degradation for about the next 3 laps, and then they really stabilise through for the remainder of the run. So if he's battling with cars that have got 5-6 lap fresher rubber with him at the end of the race, it really isn't going to make too much of a difference for him. So there's no harm in coming in now and worrying about having fresh tyres at the end, because in all honesty they'll all be fairly well equalised by the end of the race.
Yeah, so it's just a matter of seeing how it shapes up towards the end, but at the moment Daniel Trim now is all over the back of Aaron Lee, and this battle continues, folks. But while this battle continues, Nick, we've got Brenton Hobson up here. He's partnered with Michael Schreier, so while I get some water, did you want to have a bit of a chat with him about how their race is going?
Yeah, welcome to the comms box, Brenton. Your race has been going fairly well today.
Yeah, how you going, by the way? It's going pretty well. We're sort of just staying out of the way of everyone and running our own race. We don't have the fastest car on the track, but we've got something that we can work with and chip away at some good points at the end of the race.
Just sorry to get back to the race. We've got Danny Trim's got a lot of damage to his car. They just had some contact with Aaron Lee, and he's got his right hand down by about 80 degrees looking at his steering wheel at the moment. So he of course has teamed up with Marlon, so in a way that'll bring a smile to your face, because it looks like they're down in 10th position now, and Danny's hit the wall coming into the pits. That's how damaged his car is. So I'm guessing he'll hand that over to Marlon now. I'm not too sure how many laps he's done, but it looks like the pretty big threat for you guys there now, suffering a bit of bad luck. But as we were talking before, he can pit here, get it fixed, and he's only got one more stop to the end of the race. And correct me if I'm wrong, you've got 2 stops to make before the race is over.
Yeah, we've still got to stop twice yet to get there on fuel, but yeah, I think that the guys at Performance Motorsports will probably be kicking themselves there. That was a bit unlucky, the contact in the chicane, and it looks to me like maybe Danny hasn't finished his minimum laps, so if that's the case, he's going to have to get back in towards the end of the race. So I don't know whether or not that would have been their original game plan, but yeah, they're certainly contenders in this race, so I know Marlon would have wanted to bring it to the flag, but it looks to me like that probably won't be the case.
Yeah, and back on your race, whose call was it to pit on, what was it, lap 18 or 19, I think, wasn't it?
Oh, how was that? That was a Hail Mary, and it just worked. Sometimes you get good luck and sometimes you get bad luck, and we just got lucky with that one. We know with this series that you get safety cars early, tend to anyway, so we thought, let's come in, chuck some fresh tyres on it, and if a safety car falls in the middle of a fuel run, we'll have less fuel to put in than everyone else. So just took a bit of a punt, and it worked out pretty well for us, yeah.
I think we've got the leaders in the pits at the moment. Sorry, just looking at my my screens. No, my screen just Joel Real Timing just does some strange colours every now and then, and I don't know what's going on. So I had just jumped up to them. But yeah, that was fantastic luck for you guys.
And like I said, you take it when you get it. It's not always that you get lucky calls like that, but when you get that sort of thing happen, you sort of get a big smile on your face and thank your lucky stars, I guess.
You do indeed. So what's the plan for you guys for the rest of the race? Is Michael in the car to the end, or are you jumping back in?
I haven't met minimum laps yet, so I'll have to get back in, but I don't know when or what we're going to do with that yet. We don't really stress too much about the strategy. We just go with the flow, but I will have to get back in towards the end here, whether it be at the next stop or the last one. But yeah, I'll be back in to get to the end of the race. But the race plan from here is we're sort of all out on our own at the minute. We've got about 10 seconds in front of us to the next car and 10 seconds behind. So keep it out of trouble. Maybe hope for the best that one of the guys at the front has a drama and we might be able to sneak a podium. But we don't have a winning car today, but we do have a top 5 car. So if we can make sure we consolidate on that and get a top 5 result, then that's what we're here to do.
Yeah. Do you think you've got the pace to catch Luke and Sam, or not quite today?
The problem that we've got now is the track position. So we had a fair bit of traffic on the last restart and they got a bit of a jump on us. We're probably fairly evenly matched with Luke anyway for speed. Sam will probably get back in that car, I'm not sure, but we are very evenly matched with them, and if you get a bit lucky with traffic and stuff, maybe we could pull back 10 seconds, but the reality of it is we've got a car that is not particularly fast across one lap, but it is good across a full stint. So maybe towards the end of the race, if there is no more safety cars, we can sort of peg them back a little bit, but really I think we probably need a safety car to get that time down if we're going to have a chance.
Yeah, and I was talking about tyres just before you came up, and how are you finding them? I mean, in my general experience is that you get a good gain for the first couple of laps out of your tyres, then they go off a little bit for the next couple, and then they're pretty much stabilising for the rest of the stint. Are you finding that pretty much the case tonight?
Yeah, I actually am. Imola's a track, in my personal experience, and I think notoriously amongst everyone, it's a track that doesn't have a lot of grip. So I was quite surprised in the first stint when I sort of got for a different strategy in this race when I started, was to be very cautious, not overdrive it, take care of the car. And the end of the stint, I was within a second of my best lap time still on the last couple of laps. So I was quite surprised that the tyres didn't fall off. And I've found in the earlier stints when I was in the car anyway, that our car seemed to be a little stronger at the end of the run than a lot of others. Maybe that's the tyres, maybe it's set up, I'm not sure. But yeah, I was quite surprised. Usually you tend to see a good couple of seconds fall off in the tyres across a full fuel run in the V8 Supercar, but not here tonight, so different to normal.
Yeah, because we were talking about that because Henry King brought his car in on lap 77, which by my counts is pretty much the earliest you can bring your car in to split the last stop with 24 odd laps per stint. So I'm guessing we've got the cars now, they're up to about 21 laps, so we'll expect the pit stops to start any times now.
Yeah, it'll depend how everyone plays it. I guess the thing is, everyone's sort of spread out now, but track position and lap traffic and stuff, you don't want to come into the pits and put yourself in a bad spot by coming out amongst a heap of cars. If you can help it, especially guys that you've got to race against for position, is you lose a lot more time than you gain, and especially in a race like this where your best lap and your last lap on a stint might only be a second apart. There's not that enormous gain that you usually get with a big undercut, so you don't want to compromise your race by coming in early to get that gain on the tyres if it's going to put you in traffic.
Yeah. And the threat is, if you come in early, if the safety car does come out, I mean, whilst you might get the wave around, you'll be right back at the end of the line again.
Yeah, that's it, and the safety car's always in the back of your mind in this series. Like you can have, like I said, that really good luck and then just terrible luck all at once. So we might, come in and get that really lucky safety car at the start of the race, but that's not to say that we're going to get a really unlucky one at the end, So you got to be careful. We're probably in a position where we could stop and start lead laps, so it would be a massive issue for us at the minute. But you're right, you end up at the back of the queue, depending on when it falls. If no one else has to pit, well, you get a bit, out of position on the track and you get hurt by it. So yeah, they're all factors, and that's just motorsport in general, virtual or otherwise. You've got to play that into account, and sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't.
Yeah, just wondering if you were just going to throw something a little bit different to try and eat into that gap to Luke.
Yeah, that's a good point, and I did consider it, and I haven't actually spoken to Michael for a little bit, so once I'm done here I'll go talk to him and see what he wants to do. But there's two options here. His pace and my pace are pretty even, so it doesn't probably matter so much. But if he wants to get out of the car, we need to get him to minimum laps, which won't be far away. So it depends what he wants to do, really. I'll leave that to him to decide.
Yeah, and just while I've got you, just talk about a little project you've been working on, if that's all right. We haven't spoken about it yet in the broadcast. Putting together an Aussie spotter pack, which is predominantly, I guess, V8s, but across the board, that you've kindly lent your voice to. From your perspective of someone, can you tell us a little bit about the spotter pack that you're working on?
Yeah, I guess that's a neat little project that I've been working with you and a few others on here in the last few weeks. But working on putting together a custom spotter pack for iRacing. So once it becomes available to people, they can download it, load it into the sim, and they'll be able to have their crew chief and spotter as myself and a few others around in the community. You as well, I think. So that's a cool little project. I never probably would have ever thought that might happen, but I know with my position as a YouTuber with a little bit of a fan base, that there's certainly going to be a few people out there that would be pretty excited by that.
Yeah. So have you had a chance to plug it in and test it to see how it works for you?
Oh, I have. There's nothing weirder than hearing yourself tell you things out on the track. It's the weirdest sensation ever.
And just for our listeners out there, the pack, we've got a few voices that have agreed to do it. Bernie Weemers, of course, has put his together. We've got Reece Gardner's also put his voice to it. Brenton Hobson, of course, and as well as Jay Kennedy and Stephen Sandman Clark. So some reasonably well-known voices from the community that I don't know, we might do a pre-release of it before. We haven't got all the voices down pat yet, but just something for the community, just to add to it, I guess, for the V8s to get some well-known and Aussie voices in people's ear while they're driving around.
Now the next,
exactly. Oh, you're right, go on, Bernie.
I was going to say the next one I want to do, Brenton and Nick. We've got to get three of us all as if we're sitting in the back seat of the V8, me, Reese and Brenton, and we'll call it as if we're sitting in the car with them. You know, we can contradict each other, it'll be fun.
Oh, I don't know, Bernie, I don't know about Reese, but I'm a race car driver. You don't put me in the back seat.
That sounds like something out of Dirty Dancing, but anyway.
We'll leave that right there.
But yeah, anyway, it's something that I don't know, if it's not quite finished, we might do a bit of a pre-release, early next month anyway, so people can get their hands on it and try it out. So keep an eye on the forums and on iRacing Down Under for that coming your way soon.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what the reception's like, and I guess a good time to point out as well, just a shout out to you as well, Nick. You're the one who's done the hard part. It's okay for us to just read out a script and record it all, but you're the one who's had to put it all together, so shout out to you for that. That's you've organised, and that's it's definitely good for the community, and I know that a lot of people appreciate it.
Yeah, and the hardest thing, Nick, is you've got to make us all sound good. I don't know how the hell you're going to do that, but we'll leave that up to you and your magic.
The secret there is just to make it such a low resolution and voice that it's barely recognisable.
I see. But yeah, look, getting back to the serious side of things, called motor racing, which is what we're looking at the moment. The top five, we've got Josh Rogers at the moment in the Hyper Stimulator, folks. He's streaking away. 10.6 seconds is the gap back to Ian Ford in the ERT1 entry. And then we've got Luke Harvey, who's racing tonight, Apex Replicas TTR. And from what I understand, he'll be doing the Enduros with these guys at the moment. For TTR, nothing longer term has been agreed to as yet. From what I understand, Michael Schreier and Brenton Hobson in the 88 SSR Synergy Sim Racing Eaton sponsored car, and then 42 seconds down is Brady Mayer's PRA, and yeah, they're up 6 positions. But I tell you what, Nick, it was all on 5 laps ago, and now they're all spread out all over the place again.
Yeah, and they're all about to make their pit stops in the next 3 or 4 laps as well, so...
which I'll quickly butt in and say I'd love to come in and have a chat, but I'm going to have to love you and leave you because I've got to get going here. I've got some pit strategy to call and have a chat to Michael about what we're going to do here.
No
okay,
worries.
Thanks for popping up, Brenton.
Before you go, Brenton, YouTube, how do the people find you? Is it Hobbo88?
Yeah, that's the one. Just search for Hobbo88, Hobbo, and then the number 88. That's my YouTube channel. And yes, this race is being recorded from my perspective, so it'll be up over the weekend.
Awesome. So there you go, folks. Anyway, Brenton, run off, do your slide rule thing, and thanks for having a chat.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for having me up here, guys.
Thanks, Brenton. All right, so yeah, as you mentioned, Bernie, it's just pretty much just some holding stations out there at the moment as the cars prepare for the pits. But the man that's making the moves at the moment is Marlon McMullen.
Yeah, he's 1 lap down. He's just jumped in that car though as he's cutting across there, and tell you what, he's driving like a man possessed tonight, isn't he?
He is. He's going to be wanting to make up as many positions as he can. I might just check to see roughly. There's not an easy way to check how many laps people have done, but if you leave me alone while I count my fingers and toes, I'll see if we can work out how many laps Danny's done to see if he needs to jump back in that car.
No worries. Well, while you do that, we'll call the action here before we bring up Brenton O'Brien for a quick chat. At the moment, Marlon's in a bit of a hurry, and I think that's because he's got Sean Thompson, GTI entry right behind him. And this is a battle at the moment for 9th and 10th, folks. The rest of them are spread out until the next pit stop. But saying that, I'll just have a quick look. No, I thought Mayers and Posey might have been at it again, but they're not. But this is probably the closest battle, so we'll stick with this as Marlon McMullen is trying to get this car back up to the pointy end of the field.
Yeah, so Danny's done 33 laps, so he's got a fair bit more to go. So he's got another 14 laps he needs in that car.
Okay. So Danny who?
Trim.
Oh, okay, so is he still out there? He's not, is he? Marlon's back
Marlon's in the car.
Okay.
Yep, sorry.
So it's 45 laps to go. How many laps did you say he needs to do?
14.
Okay, so... Okay. It sort of puts him in a bit of a position, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, I'd imagine that Marlon will run this tank dry and then hand it back to Danny for the final, what will it be, probably 20 laps in the end, I'm guessing around about that, because what position is he? Just looking, he's done 8 laps now, so let's say he's got another 16 laps before he finishes here, which will be 93, 103. That doesn't seem to add up, does it? Sorry, he'll take it through to about 108, 107, 108, and then Danny will bring it home with 20-ish laps.
Okay, that could explain the sense of urgency that we're seeing in that Performance Motorsport chassis entry at the moment, because they know they've got to do a driver change, and let's say Marlon's trying to get that car as far up the grid as he possibly can before they have to do that driver change.
Yep, and we've got Hobson jumping in the pits. We've got Sam Blacklock jumping in the Apex Replicas TTR car, as well as Luke Harvey brings that in. And Aaron Lee's handed over to David Baxter in the Redback Racing car as well.
Yeah, we can just see Sam Blacklock there exiting the pitway. We've got to do something better with our cameras here. You don't see much when you tune to the pits there, folks, but sorry about that. You can see now Marlon McMullen just coming onto the start-finish straight here. Ian Ford is further up ahead, but let's bring Brenton O'Brien up and have a chat with him.
Keep going.
Sorry, mate, did you want us to come back to you? Are you...
It's all good.
I'll just turn your volume up. So, how's your night been going out there tonight, Brenton?
Oh, look, it's been... G'day, Bernie, Nick, how are you? Look, it's been very, very casual for Jake and I. Like, I had some issues in my first stint. I thought we actually had the wrong gearing, but ended up being that the brake was dragging a little bit, so I just saw out a heap of laps. Probably went too far, did 45 laps, because I knew I had other things to do, so did those laps and got out the car. Didn't give Jake the best car in the world. Well, the car was clean, but the track position wasn't too good. So, yeah, outside of that, like, we're just having a bit of a giggle on our Discord channel at the moment about a few things going on. So no matter what happens, it's been a really, really good night for the team.
Yeah, fantastic. We're seeing Jake out there at the moment. He's sitting 17th and 1 lap down, but still a good showing by both of you guys. And of course, we've got your sister car, Ian Ford, at the moment, just coming out of the pits for RRT1. So it's been really good for these guys tonight, in the thick of the action pretty much all night. And you'd have to be very happy with the performance of these guys.
Yeah, look, to be honest with you, after I did my stint, I stepped away from everything because I had some stuff to do. But yeah, look, these guys, I think 40 and Riley have half a chance for the championship. I think, I don't know. So yeah, they don't need to go out and go gangbusters and do stupid things on the track and get themselves into a good position. That's what they've done. As for Jake and I, look, I think we're 17th at the moment, but that's yeah. We've got probably an extra pit stop than others. I still got to do another 2 laps of my minimum stint, so I had to pack up and leave at a certain time, and so that was it. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's just been a really, really good night. So yeah, we're still enjoying ourselves.
Well, that's the main thing. That's what you want to do on a Friday night in a V8 supercar, is kick back after a hard week's work and enjoy yourself, and it's good to see you guys out there doing that. And tell us a bit about Luke, because we've noticed he's over here with TTR at the moment, and from what I understand, he's just with them for enduros. Is that right, or is he?
Oh well, I don't run TTR, but that's their choice. Good luck to him. No, Luke had a chat with me probably 2-3 weeks ago, because he could see the direction of where our team's going. We probably, if anything, like, don't get me wrong, we still enjoy doing the V8s, and we support this series and the Premium Series, obviously, what we can. But for the rest of the year, there's other things coming up for us in the GT3s as well, which is going to be the team's main focus. And Luke, he's a champion bloke. I'll never say a bad word about him, because he is a really good guy. But he loves his V8s, and he wanted to go to a team which he thought, that he thought would be stronger in the V8s, and TTR are a very, very strong team in the V8s. No one can question that. So it's a really good move for him, and we wish him the best of luck. There was no ill feeling at all, and we hope he's a big success there, because, like I said, champion bloke. Hopefully he'll help them out. I've got no doubt. He runs his own setups pretty well, type thing. He makes changes to them. So as much as it'd be great to keep him in ERT, it's like I said, there's no ill feelings. He's gone to a really, really good V8 team, and they do other races as well, but V8s are their main thing, and that's why it suits him down to the ground.
Yeah, it's
Just sorry, just quickly, Brenton,
I know.
Just to give you some bad news.
No,
I'm not too
mate,
not too
nothing's
sure.
going to wipe the smile off my face tonight, Nick. I know you got a 30-second stop. Nothing will wipe the smile off my face tonight. It's been a really good night for the team.
Well, one thing, it's nice to see
And
Jake
your Swanee's lost
back in
too,
the car.
Nick. Your Swanee's lost, so that makes me happy too.
It's nice to see Jake back in the car. He's hasn't done a lot of racing in the last 12 or so months with study and the like, so you'd be pleased with his performance, being out of the car for so long?
Yeah, it's good to have him in it. A lot of studying with his universities in his final year there, so obviously very important. We've got a couple of guys who are finishing up year 12 as well, so they can park the bus and finish off there. It's obviously way more important than this, but Jake just needed a bit of time off his study tonight, I would imagine, and he showed up incredibly late type thing. It was like literally 5-10 minutes before the server, probably 5-10 minutes after the server opened, and asked if anyone needed a driver. I'm like, what the hell, let's have a go. So look, it's good to have him behind the wheel. He's doing a good job. Look, we got 30-second stop hold, but it's not going to change my sleeping pattern. It's just been everything's going really well, and with 40 and Riley out there in second place, again, things are going well.
Yeah, year 12. Do you remember that, Bernie?
what? What are you bringing me in? I remember.
They didn't do year 12 back then, did they, Nick?
1984 was year 12 for me, so...
87 for me, yep.
Yeah, it's about 87 for me as well, I think.
Yeah, 1887 for you.
Yeah, right, okay.
Didn't have computer games to keep us away from our study in year 12.
Commodore 64, mate, I think that's what we had.
Yeah, you were around, Nick, when you probably had the ZX81, a whole 1 meg of memory.
No. My first computer was an Amstrad.
Don't give him a hard time at his age.
I had an Amstrad 6128 was my first computer, but we were happy doing things like writing shell on our calculators upside down with the numbers. That was the extent of the computer games for us.
Well, this might give you a bit of memory. The first time I got hooked on virtual racing was the old Indianapolis 500. Don't know if you guys ever saw that, the pixelated graphics, but I raced that until I wore out my thumbs.
Yeah, I had that on the old 286.
Yeah, with the really good 8-bit sound. But anyway, here we go. There.
Yeah, there was a game called Pit Stop, but I can't remember. People out there watching might know. Was it on the? I don't know if it was on the Atari or whether it was on the Commodore 64. But that was the first racing game I played. And back then, you thought, I could play this game forever. But you look back now and you have a bit of a chuckle, don't you? So, good times. And 70s and 80s, still the best times.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't know what Kylo Renz is saying about this. He's saying 1897 for me, and something about played it in the first VFL Grand Final.
I'd say probably played in the first. Well, from what I understand, I think you're a half forward flank. That's just the word going around. Only because I just started to spread it then.
I wouldn't even know what a half forward flank is.
Okay. you're back on the bench then.
That's probably a better spot, and we can see at the moment Matt Stratford has just made a move on Sean Thompson, so he's moved up, and then it looks like Jake is tucked right in the back behind these guys at the moment.
But he's a lap down.
He'll be a lap down now. Like I said, like for our team, the 026, we're in all sorts of hurt, and it's not going to get any better because I've still got 2 laps to go. But it's like I said, it's. I only pretty state because tonight the reason I had to leave is because as a team tonight we just signed off a contract, an extension, and an enhancement of our contract with Logitech. So there you go. You guys are the first to know tonight. That's why you're not going to wipe the smile off my face tonight, because not only they come back on board Logitech G with us, but actually more as well. So it's just so fantastic to have them back on board. It proves that we're doing something right, for a significant company like that to remain with us is really, really good news.
It's absolutely awesome news, because it's probably one of the biggest signings that iRacing Australian teams have had, and you guys complement each other so well. The only thing you haven't done yet is you haven't got me a nice quiet Logitech mouse. Was that in the contracts, or?
Bernard, we are talking privately about things like that on the side. No, look, they are, without going too much detail of what they provide, like we put a photo of the gear they gave us last year for Christmas, and it was massive. Let's not kid ourselves, it was massive. But yeah, also an amount of coin that goes into the bank to support the team as well. But things like PAX is coming up in Melbourne, where we can do some work. We can do some work with them as well at PAX and other trade shows, and because the direction we've taken over the last probably month or so, well, to be honest with this is probably another part of why Luke was seeking employment elsewhere, so to speak, is because we've got some international drivers on board over the last couple of weeks, and these guys are going to be very, very good as time goes on. And like I said, we are just focused now towards the GT3s. We've got two teams in the Pro Championship, 6th and 9th overall after Spa on Sunday morning. Next year we want to try and get another 1, maybe 2 cars in for what is really the ultimate in iRacing, the iRacing series. It's just fantastic. So with those guys overseas, we can now work more globally as well with Logitech and just make it even bigger.
Yeah, fantastic, and that's the thing, isn't it? Especially at the level you guys are running at, to run a team of your calibre costs money, and that's where you have great sponsors like Logitech that back you. But not only that, you give back to them. That's what I mean, complementing. You go to Paxis, you represent their brand there, and it's a really good win-win situation for both you and your sponsor.
Simon and I, because as co-managers, despite the rumour that I'm no longer the manager, they can run that one as much as they want. But as co-managers, Simon and I work really well together, and we both get excellent feedback from our sponsors, and we use that for other sponsorship proposals. And we've got other things coming on board really, really big in 2017, which is it's going to be even bigger. But at the moment, it's just so much to do and so many good stories coming in that you've got to keep the momentum. And we've got Simon, who does such a good job helping out, and without him, he's my right arm, because he's been massive in helping me. But we, like I said, don't get me wrong, we'll always support the Australian series, and we do. We love the V8, it's a great car, and they've been good to us. but we are looking more globally, and we're starting already to be accepted more globally, not just because of the GT3s, but with other things happening at the moment that I can't delve too much into, but the rest of the year should be awesome.
Fantastic. Well, it's been a pretty amazing journey to watch ERT evolve from where it was, a brand new team. I'm not sure how long ago. It doesn't feel that long ago. Probably, 3 years, if that?
December 2013, ERA came about. From Demidov, mind you, so it wasn't brand new, but we started off in the roofs and all that, or the roughs, whatever you want to call them, and and then had a couple of good guys come on board, like having Ian Ford come on board was a big step forward for us, obviously. Got some guys up there, and then Bo Cubas came on board, won a couple of V8 championships, and from there, it's just been a steady progression. We haven't rushed it like a bull at a gate. Look, sure, we've made some mistakes. I don't think there'll be any team out there that says they haven't made a mistake and tripped over here and there. But from those mistakes, if you don't learn from it and then advance from it, well, then you're going to end up nowhere. Whereas, any mistake we've made, we have learned from, and we've progressed. I'm not going to here to say, oh, we're the strongest team in Australia and move on up and all that rubbish that goes on. But internationally, we're a strong team now. We're fairly strong in the V8s. We're not the strongest in the V8s. We're never going to pretend we are, but we're more than a decent team. We'd regard ourselves as a pretty good team.
Oh, exactly right. And the whole thing is, you guys are on the world stage now, and there's a few other Aussie teams up there as well, which is awesome. But it's just great to see Aussie teams at the World Championship.
And it's been so overdue, and look, to be honest with you, maybe a bit of that's because of what we're racing in right now, the V8s. It's very homegrown, and we love it. Let's face it, it's an Aussie car. Well, it's a bunch of Aussie pixels, but you know what I mean. Not just getting away from ERT, what we're doing, but you look at the hybrid team, the TTL and TTR came together to do the TTLR, but again, they're doing good stuff in GT3s in the World Championships as well. And then you've got Jared Fieldsell in the Porsche Super Cup, which is on before the F1. So I think, now correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, hang on 2 secs. Maybe you lost me or not. Hang on 2 secs. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, no, that's right. But Jared's did a great job for the first 3 or 4 rounds of the Porsche Super Cup. I think he actually won all those. And hopefully young fella like Josh Rogers might get himself into the F1s. If he, I know he's doing some practice in that. Hopefully there's a bigger picture for him there. So what we want to do is get the Australians up there, and it's happening. You got young Dane Warren. He's a little jet. He's going to get better and better. He's going to get away from the V8s hopefully one day as well. Stick with Scops and all that stuff, but get overseas as well. It's a big country that you can do from your lounge room.
It certainly is.
You can do from your lounge room.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about earlier, about how our esport has matured and where it's going, and I'm very hopeful that there's the best is yet to come as far as where this is going to where it's going to go, hopefully.
Yeah, exactly right. Our team's working on something in regards to something like that, but it's such early days, and we'll hopefully know more in the next 6 to 12 months. But there's big things happening here, and look, Australia has been left behind. Let's not kid ourselves, but it's not just because of what we're doing here. It's opportunities as well. You go over to Europe, and there's a different expo in each country each month. You know what I mean? It's a 2-hour drive for them, whereas look at this, we get one decent one a year to really push everything, but we're doing the best we can from where we are, and as a community, as an Australian community, we're getting better at it, and we got some bloody good drivers, like really, really world-class drivers.
Just interrupting a bit if I can, whilst I've been listening to what's going on, I think the race is going to start getting interesting towards the back end here, if I can just talk about that for a little while. We've got Marlon McMullen, who not that long ago was in 12th place. He's just passed Jordan Ross now. He's up to 5th. But what's going to happen that's going to be interesting, I think, looking at the pit stops, is that Jordan Ross and Henry King are going to be stationary for a very long time in that Alliance Motorsport car. We know Marlon's going to have to hand back over to Danny Trim. So I think we're going to have the PMS car of Matt Stratford, the PRA car of Brady Myers, the Alliance Motorsports with Jordan or Henry. I'm not too sure who's going to jump into that, and the PMS chassis one with Danny Trim at the wheel, that is going to make the battle between 5th and 8th go pretty much down to the wire, and then Possie's not that far behind them either. So there's going to be some interesting battle towards and strategies to play out in the ends here with looking at Jordan Ross. He's only probably about 4 or 5 laps away from stopping.
Yeah, it's definitely coming together, isn't it? We just saw Mr. Blackhall there having a little bit of a coming together with Pete Sattler, but you both continue on. But anyway, Brenton, we should let you give a shout out to all your sponsors, and we'll get back to calling the action.
Yeah, no, look, we've mentioned Logitech tonight. Joel Rule-Time have been really good with us this week. Heap of free keys given out to our new drivers, but also to you guys, Bernie, for doing the commentating and bringing RRTV to us. But also to Nick, who doesn't get enough credit for running this series, Nick, so good job to you, mate. And the numbers are up every Friday night, mate, so it's just a credit to you and showing what's going on.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, fantastic. Thanks, Brenton. And
cheers, boys.
We'll let you get back to doing your slide rule and to bring your boys home.
Yeah, too easy. Thanks, boys.
I tell you what, Nick, he probably uses an abacus. That's probably more like it.
Yeah, he's probably gone to get his calculator to write shell upside down on it again.
I got 10 fingers and 10 toes, it's where she ends.
God, I thought he had left the booth. He's still here. See you, mate.
Boys.
And speaking about the other end of the tree, we've got a young whippersnapper up here called Mr. Benefield joining us. He reckons we need a little bit of young blood in the booth, folks, so he's volunteered to be that young blood. Welcome, Daniel. How's your night been, mate?
Good. What's an abacus?
Sorry?
What's an abacus? I don't know what that is.
You
might need to explain it to me, Benny.
You need to grab yourself a Collins dictionary, and it's fairly early on, probably on about page 7 or 8. Don't Google it.
Oh, come on, Google's easy, and plus I was brought up in the world of Oxford.
Well,
the Oxford Junior Dictionary rather than Collins.
Now, I think, Daniel, you may find an abacus app somewhere that you may be able to use. So get yourself started on that. If you work that out, then you can go to the real thing.
Okay, I'll just use a calculator. It's much easier.
Fair enough. So what do you think of this race so far, Daniel?
Well, I've only seen roughly the second half of it because I had work, but it's been pretty interesting, especially after that restart. Rogers has just slowly but surely pulled away from Ian Ford in the number 1 ERT car. It's pretty spread out, but that battle in the middle of the top 10 for probably a good 10-15 laps was pretty awesome.
Yeah, and the big battle in the top 10 at the moment, Nick, is between Marlon McMullen and it looks like he's battling with Jordan Ross, if I'm not wrong there.
Yeah, he actually got past him earlier, so I missed what actually happened. That has found him. Is he back behind him? Yeah, so I'm not too sure what happened there. Marlon must have had an off or something, but as I said, I think with pit stops and who's got to jump in those cars, that battle from 5th potentially down to about 9th place is far from over. I think the top four are pretty well set, but yeah, 5th through to 9th I think is where the action's going to be.
it's definitely going off at the moment. Marlon just made that move in the hairpin, he got it. Jordan came up the inside and he's closing once again under brake, so it's far from settled here between these two, and I'd say this is the battle of of what's going on in the race at the moment.
Yep, sorry, I'm just quickly ducking over to the bar.
Oh, we got one of them, have we? Well, while you're doing that, I'll get Daniel to do a bit of commentary because he's too young to go to the bar.
I am not. Oh, in America I would be. Think about it. No, this battle for fifth's actually quite interesting. I can't even English. Between Marlon McMullen and Jordan Ross, but I think it's McMullen with the pace over Ross. But as Nick said, it's going to be a bit interesting with the strategies in terms of fueling, especially since Daniel Trent's got to get back in this car before the end of the race.
Yeah, I'm assuming. Well, Marlon's done. He's on lap 23, so he's got 4 or 5 more laps before he runs out of fuel, and then he'll just hand that over to Danny to run it through to the end of the race from there. Jordan's probably got about 2 or 3 laps left before he'll pit, and I'm not too sure if he's staying in or will be handing it over to Henry. I think they've both done their minimum, so they can pretty much pick and choose what they want. So yeah, Marlon, as I said, a storming stint from him. He was in 12th or 13th place when he jumped in that car, and up to 5th now. So he's put in a hell of a drive to get that car where it is. But yeah, and Matt Stratford, who's also pretty quick, he's not too far out of the picture either.
So since Jordan Ross and that Alliance Motorsport car, they were the first to pit after the safety car, so they'll have a longer stop. So it wouldn't be surprising at all if actually the Performance Motorsport car with Matt Stratford at the wheel currently actually jumps them in the pit stops.
Yeah, they'll have 6 laps. So what's that, about 24 litres of fuel less to put in when they stop. But Brady Myers, sitting further back, he stopped 7 odd laps after Matt Stratford as well. So he's got about 28 litres less again to put in his car to fill up. So that's going to potentially either really compress that or just completely swap all the positions around.
We've got a battle for P17, or we had a battle, and Jake Blackwell's around again and in the wall. What I was going to say is that we were having a battle for P17 between Pete Sadler and Jake Blackwell, but obviously that's just come to an end just then.
Oh, that's unfortunate for Jake. As I said, he's been out of the car for a while, so he's probably enjoyed his stint regardless. I couldn't upset Brenton when they got a 30-second hold penalty before, but that on top of hitting the wall, he may not be quite so happy now.
Oh, I think when you signed a sponsorship deal like Brenton has tonight, it's going to take a lot to make him unhappy.
Very true. So who are you cheering for on tonight, Daniel?
Well, considering my team's got 3 cars, I think. I don't even know how many team cars we have in this race. But the RRT cars, the 031 car with Bax at the wheel at the moment, battling for P10 at the moment, as Jordan Ross is just pulling into the pit lane.
Yep, so this will start, so that's 27 laps that he managed to get out of his tank.
Actually, unless it goes time certain, he may not be able to make it to the end, because he's got to do 29 laps from here.
Unless they finished a lap down.
Yeah, they shouldn't though. They have the pace, I'm sure, to finish on the lead lap, but we'll see how it plays out.
He stayed in the car as well.
You can see Jordan sitting in the car at the moment getting service here, folks. 2.8 seconds he's been sitting in the pits. At the moment the counter stopped, but I'm sure it'll start again soon. But just having a quick look at your top 10 before we get into this, because it's going to get interesting, as the two guys have said. So your top 10, Josh Rogers leads 27 seconds over Ian Ford in second. Then we've got third Sam Blacklock, Brendan Hobson fourth, fifth Marlon McMullen, and he's got to stop, and Daniel Trim will jump into that car. Matt Stratford sitting in sixth, Brady Mayers seventh, eighth is Glenn Postlethwaite, Michael Tallenjack is ninth, and David Baxter rounds out your top 10. And I'll hand you back to Nick and Daniel.
Interesting. Interesting now that Jordan Ross has come out. He's actually come out really nicely because he's in behind Sam Blacklock, who's currently running in third, and just ahead of Thomas Hins in the PFR car in 16th now, sorry, a lap behind. So he's actually come out ahead of this car slower than him, but behind the cars that are quicker.
Yeah, so that's a nice spot for him to slot in, and then the next car that will be coming in will be Marlon McMullen in another 2 or 3 laps. So that'll be interesting to see. Firstly, if Jordan Ross can make up the time that he spent with the additional refuelling, and that stationary time will be the important part there. Though he was stationary for 39.2 seconds, so when Marlon brings that car in, I'm predicting they'll be stationary for probably about 8 or 9 seconds less than that.
It will be interesting though, because Jordan Ross does have the advantage of fresh tyres now, so almost like an undercut, as I guess you'd say, with the tyres. So actually be interesting to see if he can make that time up while he's on these new tyres.
I'm sure he'll be pushing it, and as you mentioned, where he's come out behind Sam Blacklock, he's got some pretty good tail to chase.
Yeah, and we'll give the viewers a bit of an update. Some of the viewers would like an update of cars deeper in the field, and we'll do that now, folks. We'll take you from 11 down to 20, and then we'll come back a bit later and go deeper in the field. So at the moment, Brett Loxton for KRF MP Custom Motorsports, they're 1 lap down. They're sitting in 11th and 10 positions up from where they started. In 12th position is Ian Bird driving for Redback Racing 032. Sitting in 12th position, they are up 13 positions from where they started earlier tonight. Matt Wall, Laser Racing 3, we saw this car in the top 10 earlier tonight. Currently they've slid 5 positions from where they started. They're 1 lap down now, sitting in 13th. Then we have in 14th the SSS Pagnian Racing 2 team with Daryl Hockey driving. They are up 2 positions from where they started. Jordan Ross sitting in 15th because this car's just pitted, and they will make their way up. They're 1 lap down, but that will wash out when the stops come through. Then we've got Thomas Hinn sitting in 16th for PFR Team GTI, up 7 positions, but again pit stops, and that will shake through. Then we've got Pete Sattler, SSS Pagnian Racing 1, back here in 17th, followed by West End Mazda 323 in 18th. 19th is the Triple S Next Level Racing 2 team, up 16 positions from where they started, so big movers there for them. And then rounding out your top 20 teams is Progression Racing Australia 3, and they are up 8 positions from where they've started. Paul Preston is driving that car at the moment. And back to you, Nick and Daniel.
Actually, that last car, the 029 car, Paul Preston's actually battling for position with Greg Sharp, as Sharp just made a mistake there coming out of the Tamburello chicane, and he's dropped about 1.5 seconds back now from Paul Preston.
Yeah, so it's interesting, isn't it? No matter where you look, there's going to be battles in this pack, which is fantastic to see. We're actually riding with Greg Sharp now in the Next Level Racing entry. He's gained 1 position, so it's good to see, Nick. No matter where we look, the drivers are getting what they come for. That is good close racing, good way to end their work week.
Yeah, not too sure what happened because I don't know if you remember in the first odd hour of the race Greg Sharp was up just outside the top 10. So they've obviously had some bad luck or bad driving go their way that he's now found himself a bit further back down the pack than he'd want to be. But I'm sure Paul Preston's a bit further back down the pack than he'd want to be as well.
Yeah, exactly right. So I'm not sure what's happened to these guys tonight. We've sort of been focusing a lot up the front where the action's been. So unfortunately there's only one guy on the cameras and a couple of us in the booth, but we try to do a good job.
So we just had Posey in the SSR car as well as Marlon McMarlin pit. Oh, that's tight. That was tight with Posey, and there were two other cars. There were three wide momentarily down the front straight as Posey exited the pits.
Yeah, that's the 215 Sam Blacklock. That was for position, and the 011 just behind him, who that's Matt Leopard of him, three wide into that turn.
And something obviously happened to Marlon and Danny in that pit stop. They were stationary for 1 minute, so I'm assuming they used up their fast repairs and decided that let's get the car fixed with some of the other stuff that's wrong with it at the moment too, because they lost a lot of ground by obviously being in there for a minute.
Yeah, it's a huge stop, isn't it? So I'm not sure what went on with them. But yeah, that's put them right back in 14th position. 13th now, but it's going to take a lot to recover from there, isn't it, with 24 laps to go.
Yeah, I think, as far as that battle pack goes that we were talking about between 5th and 9th, that it puts them at the back end of that pack. And I think the big winner potentially is going to be Brady in the PRA car, because what is he at the moment? He's 9 seconds behind Matt Stratford, and they'll be bringing that car in the next lap or two. So then Brady's got much less fuel to take. He can go another 8 or 9 laps now.
We've also just had Brenton Hobson bring the SSL1 car into the pit lane. He's rejoined in 9th, ahead of Posey as well by about 16 seconds as well in that number 88 car.
Yeah, I think they're pretty safe in 4th place, I think. Barring a mistake.
It'd be interesting to see how the cars are going longer. So Brady Myers, for example, Michael Taylor-Ajek, David Baxter, since they'll obviously have shorter stops, it'll be interesting to see where they come out after their stops.
Yeah, and that's what I'm looking forward to. So we've got Stratty in the pits at the moment, and Michael Talicinic in the pits too. Now, Michael had done one less lap.
Yeah, that'll be good to go to the end anyway. They're well and truly within the window.
Yeah, and Matt Stratford's stop was a 35.950 as he's coming down pit lane now. And we just saw there the 88 go past. That's Brenton Hobson.
So who's he come out in for? So he's come out just behind Hobbo, then has Matt Stratford.
Yeah, so they've jumped Jordan Ross.
Yeah, and Glenn Postlethwaite is just ahead of Jordan Ross and trying to close in on Matt Stratford now.
Michael Taliashik had a really long stop. No, a lie, sorry, he had a 34-second stop. So he's come out now in P12 by the looks of it. Just ahead of Daniel Trim? No. I think Daniel might have got him. Yeah, Daniel Trim got him. So, Taliashnik has come out in P13 then.
Yeah, so we'll go through the top 10 very shortly, folks, once things settle down.
But I think Michael will be quicker than Danny, so depending on what they want to do, you know, looking championship wise as well. Although Matt Stratford is currently leading the championship, and he's up there in 8th. Marlon McMullen's, I think, third or fourth in the championship standings as well, who of course is, you know, in front of Michael.
Ian Bird's brought the number 53 RRT car into the pit lane as well now. He's actually going to hand over to Mark Samuel for the final stand of the race.
So we're just having a bit of onboard action here with Daniel Trim in Performance Motorsports, folks, and you can see how much wheel work he's doing to wrestle this car around Imola. And I'll tell you what, guys, you'd know this, Nick, you've driven these, and you can get pretty busy in these cars, can't you?
You can indeed. I always seem to find myself twice as busy as the average driver, but yeah, I feel all right looking how much Danny's working that wheel at the moment. That's a bit more like how I drive.
I drive similar, but I normally have my eyes closed at about this point.
I'd have the wipers going.
Yeah, fantastic. So, guys, while there's a bit of a lull in the excitement, before we get down to the serious end of this race, or the more serious end, let's go through from 21st down to 30, so you get a bit of a feel where these your favourite drivers sit at the moment. So starting from 20th, we've got Pete Sattler for Triple S Pagnian Racing 1, followed by David Miller for Redback Racing Team in 21st. 22nd is Kyle Stokes for FRA Motorsport, and they are 2 laps down. Then 23rd, Gary Cooper's driving for Performance Motorsport, 2 laps down. Then in 24th we have, there's a car turned around, the 664. We'll find out who that is. That's Adrian Zelli. Looks like he's had a bit of a problem, so we'll have a quick look at that replay, and then we'll get back to what's going on here. Oh, he got turned around. Not sure, that might have been the race leader turned him around, possibly.
Was that the 674, was it?
Yeah, the 664 got turned around at the hairpin. They were sitting in 24th position. They're down at 29th now. So Greg Sharp, 24th, folks. Triple S Next Level Racing, followed by Wayne Pengilly, MFR Censored 1, and yeah, MFR stands for
Middle Finger Racing.
Middle Finger Racing Censored, so interesting name there. 26 is Mark Fee High Tech Racing HTR4, and they are 3 laps down. 27th Thomas McMillan driving for ASM Young Guns, 3 laps down. Then 28th is a 026 Jake Blackhall for Evolution Racing Team. 29th, 3 laps down, Adrian Zelli, and that car's looking really bad now. He's lost the whole front end of that, and he's limping it in, and that's 4 laps down. And then rounding out your 30, folks, David Kinmond for MFR1, 4 laps down.
And just while that happened, Josh Rogers brought the lead car into the pits.
Okay, so Josh Rogers is in at the moment, isn't he? Brady Mayers, he's only coming up the back, so I don't think he's going to catch him.
And I'll tell you what, just listening to a couple of the team names going through there, and we've spoken a fair bit about the All-Star Motorsports guys, but them and MFR or Middle Finger Racing, who've got a few cars here tonight, it's it's the first full season they've put in so far of the series and the endurance racing, and I, you know, the positives for those guys is I'm sure that they've learnt a lot tonight. You know, they haven't probably got the results that they were hoping for, but I'm sure they'll walk away from their first endurance experience a hell of a lot more prepared and the light when they go into the next one in about 3 weeks' time. So good job for those guys for turning up, and just a pity that they probably haven't got the results that they wanted, but you know, there's some talent in both those teams, and I'm sure over the next few races those results will come to them.
Okay. Yeah, definitely. Well, you know, you're going to have your good days and your bad days, aren't you? And in a field this size with the skill level here, it takes a lot of commitment and skill and luck to have a good result sometimes.
Very true.
Yeah, so getting down to 20 laps to go, guys, where's the action going to come from? Do you reckon we're going to get any, or do you think it's now pretty much things are settled?
Well, we've got a battle for P6 between Matty Stratford and never mind me. Never mind me. JRT is lying. I think we got to wait though until Brady Myers makes his stop, because he's still circulating, still with a pit stop to go yet. And literally as I say that, he pulls into the pit lane.
There you go. So yeah, I feel like we're at a bit of a lull here, Nick. What do you think? Is it the young man in here sort of wrecking our mojo, or what do you think's going on here?
No, I still think it's just, you know, we're sort of waiting for these pit stops to pan out. You know, we're all waiting to see where Brady feeds back in, because that's really going to sort of dictate how these last few laps are going to pan out.
Okay, so we'll keep an eye on that, and we're just having a look at the moment. Jordan Ross sitting in 8th there and working the wheel. The Supercar looks as impressive as ever tonight, and we'll see how they go. So yeah, I've been distracted by the chat, guys. I haven't been to the bar, but I guess it's like the mosh pit down there in the chat room.
Yeah, sorry, I've been distracted with people asking me race control questions as well.
I've been distracted. Brady Myers has come out just behind Glenn Postlethwaite, and Jacob Knight is 2 laps down in 26. But I think it might be on for 6th and 7th place here.
You're definitely right. This battle resumes. These guys have been at it earlier tonight, and we had a battle pack earlier tonight, Daniel, of six cars, and Brady and Posy, they were in the middle of it. So it looks like the battle is definitely on between these two, and we'll keep an eye on this.
So who's your money on, Nick, in this battle between Posy and Brady Myers?
Ooh, gee, you know, 12 months ago I would have said Posy. Now, I don't know. I think if Brady can get to him, what's the gap? I think Brady's going to get to him by the end of the next lap. I think I'll back Brady for it.
They've got a bit of traffic now in the form of Paul Preston and Thomas McMillan up ahead.
Well,
Matt Stratford isn't too far up the road from these two as well, but I think my
who
money
does Paul Preston drive for?
Paul Preston drives for Progression Racing Australia 3.
And who does Brady drive for?
Progression Racing Australia number 1. So
Okay.
some team tactics might come into play here. We certainly hope not. Because I think Brady's going to have the advantage anyway with these new tyres that he now has fitted on his Holden Commodore.
Yeah, the gap, it's basically fluctuating. We're seeing the live telemetry out of Brady's car at the moment. It's fluctuating from 1.1 seconds down to around about 0.8 seconds, and of course now it's getting a lot closer.
It was 8/10 at the line. We obviously don't have a direct comparison between lap times, and there it is. You called it, Nick. Paul Preston just sort of half closing the door there on I can't even find Posey. I couldn't find him, and I bet you now he'll just completely move out of the way for Brady, and that's exactly what's happened.
Well, a little bit of teamwork there.
Yeah, well,
And I'm sure Posey was half expecting it as well.
yeah. Well, it's motor racing, so these things happen. And, it's allowed Brady to get back into the action, which he would have anyway. He's just got him quicker. And
I tell you what, if Brady gets by Posey pretty quickly here, he might just have the slightest of chances at getting to Matt Stratford, because he's only about 8 seconds up the road.
Yeah, the thing that, and look, I'm not too sure about Brady's real life, but the advantage that Posey potentially has here is, of course, that he is a real live racer. So, having Brady behind him.
He's going to have a look. Posey's half covers the line into Tamburello. Brady gets close. I think he's going to have a run here if he can get the power down. He does get the power down now out of Tamburello.
Yeah, it's not really a passing spot down here though, and Posey knows that, and he's not going to be phased. I mean, he'd be used to getting real life pressure in race cars behind him, so I don't think this is going to phase him, and I think that's the potential advantage that Posey's got here to hold this position, is that whilst it gets a bit squirrely there, I wouldn't think. I just think potentially the pressure won't bother him.
Brady had a look then. He wasn't quite close enough. He had a run on Posey then, but he wasn't quite close enough to make a move. It's so hard to make a move through here though.
Very much so. Well, the issue here is what you can do is it's so easy to get an off track and a slowdown in that part of the track, and if you can force just a very small error, gee, they took a lot of curb at the first part of the chicane. It's definitely on between these two. If you can force a small error down there, then they get a slowdown. You've got a massive chance, obviously, to get the run up the hill.
Coming through Ravazza 2 now. We'll see if Brady Myers can get a good. Actually, Posey got a really good traction there coming out of Ravazza onto the front straight, and I think he's going to have enough of a gap going into Tamburello this time around.
And when you've got that gap, because this is such a tricky corner, it's so easy to outbrake yourself and miss that apex. And we saw Posey last time around getting a bit out of shape, and Brady wasn't quite able to get a good enough run on him. If you've got a little gap going into turn one there, it just eases so much pressure off you.
Remember what I said before about Brady getting by Posey quickly and then maybe having a go at Matt Stratford? That is definitely not going to happen now. Stratford's pulling away from these two, and it doesn't look like Brady is going to get the move done anytime soon. And the more he sits behind Posey, the easier it's going to be for Posey to hold the position, harder it is going to be for Brady to get by, just simply because of that shock factor of having someone pull up behind you and try to make the overtake happen.
Exactly, and this is lap 4 of Brady's tyres, so he's probably got this lap and potentially the next lap when his tyres will be better than Posey's, and after that, the tyres really sort of equalise and stabilise after about lap 5 or 6. He's got he got a bit too crossed up coming out of the chicane, but gee, was fast through there. So Brady would know that as well, so he knows that really it's this lap or the next, and he's got to just be smart about it and not do something like that, like sticking the nose when there was really no chance. So he's lost all that ground now and any chance of having a go at him at turn 1. So he really needs he's been behind him for 2 or 3 laps. He now knows where he's quicker than him and potentially where he could pass him. So it's an important job this lap. And I think this is the lap that he has to do it, is to work that spot, get his car set up for it, and not go banshee, but make a very strong, forceful move. He's got a great run out of there, so if he can get a good run through here and into the hairpin, no, but he's really not close enough, is he?
It's very hard to get a good run out on someone out of Villeneuve as well, simply because it's such a short straight between Villeneuve and Tosa, so it's a really hard move to make going into Tosa, but he's slowly pulling back up to him now. He just needs to stay behind him, unlike last lap, to try and make the move either into Ravazza or into Tamburello.
Yeah, I think it's going to come in turn 14s where he's going to make the move if he can. But he's really got to close up through this back part of the circuit to make that payoff.
Yeah, he's not really getting an advantage through the middle sector until Valiante Alta. He's not really pulling much in on Pozzi, as Pozzi very squarely on the brakes there into Valiante Alta. Let's see if he can get... it's a better run for Brady this time, but I still think it's not going to be good enough to give him an opportunity into Ravazza.
No, it's not, but that's where I think it'll come from. But Pozzi's just so good coming out of that chicane there that Brady just doesn't get a chance. And then have a look now, Pozzi's just getting off that corner so much better than that Brady is at this stage.
And this is just proving, even with the tyre advantage that Brady has, Imola is a very hard track to overtake her, and this is proving it right here, right now, even with the tyre advantage.
Yeah, exactly right, and especially at this level of racing, that's for sure. But it's definitely on between these guys. But looking further up the track, it's looking very spread out. So this is probably the battle that we keep focus on at the moment.
We've also got another battle burning for P11 and P12. David Baxter and Brett Loxton just outside the top 10. Loxton's pulled up to the rear of the Redback Racing car. Loxton not going to be close enough for a move into Tamburello, but he might be looking at a move in the very near future.
Yeah, we'll just jump back to have a quick look at this. And
actually, he's going to be close enough. Baxter's going to put these car in the middle of the road. Is Loxton going to try to go around the outside? It doesn't help that
they're flashing in and out.
That Baxter's internet's not great, and big slide from Baxter on the exit of Tamburello. I thought Loxton might, he did have a look around the outside then, but Baxter defended really well by putting his car dead centre in the middle of the road.
So we'll just jump up. Meanwhile, folks, the battle between Pozzi and Mayers continues. So we'll jump between these two battles to keep an eye on it.
Actually, have we had a change for position? No. JRT's lying to me again.
Yeah, it does that.
Yeah. See, this is the great thing about being in VR now. When I do race, is that I don't actually see it. I just tell it to do my fuel and tyres for me.
Okay.
That's literally the only use I have for JRT now.
Just having a look at this battle between Baxter and Loxton that continues. Baxter's pulled out a little bit on that, and then the battle between Pozzi and Mayers, that continues. They're pretty much getting to status quo at this point in time with a total of 12 laps remaining.
I'll tell you what's interesting actually, I've just noticed, I'll check the lap times this time around, and Baxter is actually pulled away from Loxton that time around, but they're both catching Daniel Trim up ahead in the Performance Motorsports car. So this could end up actually becoming a 3-car battle for the last place in the top 10.
We'll definitely keep an eye on that, that's for sure. So what do you reckon the gap is? Because you've got JRT, of course. I don't have that Fandango software up at the moment.
So the gap between Daniel Trim to David Baxter is about 2 seconds, and then between David Baxter and Brett Loxton is also about 1.5-2 seconds. So if Loxton, it'd be interesting to see actually now that Loxton's dropped back a little bit to see if he can pull Baxter back in. But at this rate, and Baxter's got relatively fresh tyres as well. That car was one of the last cars to pit in the last round of stops. So it wouldn't surprise me if he gets pretty close to Daniel Trim by the end of the race, and he will if Trim keeps doing that.
Yeah, well, he pulled 0.8 of a second on Trim last lap, so we'll see what he gets this time. They come across the start-finish line.
Just checking in with our battle for P6 now, and Posy still holding it for now, but he was 2/10 slower than Brady Myers that last time around. It looks like Brady's just taking a little breather and he's going in for round 2.
Yeah, I guess he's just resting the tyres a bit, taking a bit of a breather and thinking where he can make that move, because as you said earlier, the longer he sits behind Posy, the harder it's going to be to make the pass. He really has to close in quick, and he has to take the move as soon as he can before Posy gets used to the pressure.
What might be interesting is they've got David Miller ahead of them now in the Redback Racing car, but I think he's smart. He probably will get out of the way, but look how quick Brady Myers has just caught up to the back of Posy.
Yeah, well, he knows there's traffic coming up and this is his opportunity. Posy's got it a bit slidey out of the corner. It's a technical term for it. He needs a good run here. Brady does, as they come down the hill. If he can use that car ahead of him to his advantage, he could try and box Posy in.
I don't think he'll need to wait. I think he'll have a look for sure into Revatsa. Posy's tyres look like they're starting to go. Brady Myers has a look into Revatsa. It's close, there's contact between the two cars, and it looks like Posy's going to hold on to 6 for now.
Yeah, we're riding on the roof cam there, and Brady pretty much backed straight out of that as soon as there was contact, and didn't force the issue. So great team sportsmanship going on there, and he'll have a look again.
It's on for P10. David Baxter's all over the back of Daniel Trim now. He took another 9/10 help in last lap. There's a bit of traffic around. That's Ian Ford in their ERT car in behind him. They've got lap cars ahead of them. There's cars everywhere on this part of the track at the moment.
And this is where it gets really tricky, isn't it? Because we've got Ford in second trying to put a lap down on these guys, and David lets him through. But these guys are battling for 10th and 11th as well.
At 12, Brett Loxton's on the back of Baxter now as well. So this battle for P10's gotten really exciting in the past lap or so.
Yeah, it's happening everywhere, isn't it?
Yeah, see, all these guys expecting us to have like 6 people looking everywhere.
There are 6 people looking everywhere.
Are there?
Yeah, look at the cars all around them. They're looking all over the joint.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about in here.
Yeah, there's 6 people.
I give up.
Well, we've got one of the, is that a PRA or a Logitech car off in the wall over there?
I can't see which car it is. Sorry, Bernie. I'm focusing on this battle for 10th because it's really hotting up. They've got a lap car, Matt Lepoved, and I'm not even going to bother with that one. I'm sorry, Matt, if I totally stuffed up your name, which I probably did. But he's currently 18, 2 laps down, and he's got this horde of 3 cars battling for 10th in behind him now.
And meanwhile, folks, while we're keeping an eye on, while we're watching that, the battle between Mayers and Posy, it hasn't changed. And if we look at the gaps, before we get back to that quickly, Daniel, if we have a look at the gaps at the moment, Josh Rogers 42nd gap over Ian Ford. Ian's got 8.3 seconds gap over Sam Blacklock in third, which is then a 33-second gap back to Hobbo in fourth, and another 5-second gap back to Matt Stratford in fifth. So they're well and truly spread out, but if anything changes, I'm talking, don't jump in. Okay, over to you, Daniel.
Baxter just had a huge moment going into Revatsa, and he's lost time to Daniel Trent, but more importantly, now he's got Brett Loxton on the inside, and he's going to take the position before the braking zone quite comfortably. He's going to take 11th away from the RRT car of David Baxter. A very good move, and now Loxton has a moment, Trent had a moment, they're all having moments until Tamburello. They're all nose to tail, and this is awesome.
Well, I don't know about you, but I think I'm having a bit of a moment too about now.
Here comes Loxton now on the inside of Village. You can't pass it, you can't pass it! Or can they? This is awesome racing between these three. Now Baxter's looking to the outside of Loxton into Tosa. Let's see if he can hold around the outside. I don't think he will. He's going to get better traction though as David Baxter in the RRT4. But he's not going to be able to make a run of it going up the hill. Oh, so now come down through. Oh, Loxton! Oh, Trim's gone right. Trim's outbroke himself. Loxton's up into 10th. See if Baxter can take advantage of it now as well. Going into Valiante Alta. And oh, there's contact!
Yeah, Baxter's backed out of that, and Trim went around to see if he's going to redress it or if he's going to carry on there. I think he tried to redress it, but he could see Loxton disappearing down the road, so he's pressing on.
Yeah, that little moment at Valley. Oh, Baxter's gone again. Baxter's off. At Roberta. Now he's going to try and come back on, and there's more contact.
Wow.
Meanwhile, that's Sam Blacklock in third place, trying to weave his way through all this.
Yeah, he's probably on the radio about now, screaming about what the bloody hell are the backmarkers doing.
It looks like it's almost like multi-cars. There's 3 different cars. There's 4 cars on 3 different laps at the moment coming through Tamburello. So now that sort of Loxton's gone. Loxton's played that absolutely perfectly to put himself into the top 10 and pull away from these two as they continue to duke it out.
Yeah, Loxton's definitely the big winner there, isn't he? And he's got a huge gap now as Trim and Baxter continue at it, looking further in 13th at Brian Borg, but he's not part of this battle. He's a fair ways down the track.
In saying that, if they keep losing 5 seconds a lap, which they did last time around, he'll be on them in no time.
Yeah, well, Baxter's having a tough time getting past Trim at the moment, but you're right. If these two continue duking it out like they have, he'll be all over him very quickly. He's not that far down the road, probably what, about 3, maybe 4 seconds?
I can tell you it's 7. Or 6, sorry. Looking, where's Brady Myers? He's just let Josh Rogers go past, so actually so has Pozzi, so they're both a lap down now. As Pozzi actually just had a little bit of a moment then into Tosa, but Brady's nowhere near close enough to capitalise on that.
Yeah, and it looks like Trim's tyres are looking very tired as he's gassing it up out of the corner, spinning it up, and that's going to allow Baxter back on the back of him, but Baxter doesn't have enough pace at the moment to take advantage of that into turn 1.
So last time around it was a 48.3 for Trim, a 47.6 for Baxter, and a 46.0 for Borg. He's now only 5.8 seconds behind David Baxter, but I don't think there's enough time for him to join this battle for P11. And I think Baxter, in saying that, Trim's gone deep into Tosa, but he should still be able to get a half decent run on the exit, and does so to hold P11 for now as they run up the hill.
Yeah, so I reckon if Baxter's going to get this position, he's definitely going to have to work for it, and it's just a matter of where. But look, Trim again spinning the wheels up, that makes him very vulnerable. It's just that Baxter can't capitalise, but if he can pressure him enough and force that error, every time Trim does it, his tyres are going to erode, and that's going to help Baxter make this position.
Trim's struggling through that section of track on every lap now. No matter how far back David Baxter is, he always closes up to the back of the Performance Motorsports car. See if he makes a move now to Ravazza. Trim weaving left and right all over the road. Baxter has a look, and he's down the inside, and he's going to make it sick. Great move there from David Baxter to take P11 away from Daniel Trim.
Yeah, it was a pretty good move. I was watching the the body language of that car, and I tell you what, Baxter was right on the edge of that back braking loose as he drifted it through that corner.
It was actually very good brake modulation. We've seen Baxter have a couple of moments into rivets under brakes in the past 5 or 10 laps, so it was a very good move to keep his cool and make the move stick.
Well, the question now is, can he make a gap on Trim, or is it going to continue on? Because Trim's not, he's not falling back as fast as Baxter would have liked at this point.
I don't think he'll get up to Brett Loxton. He's not done. Daniel Trim is not done with David Baxter at all, especially if you go out there, David Baxter, because there is no grip on that AstroTurf, and Trim will take 11th place back. And they've got to be careful. They've got to be careful. Brian Borg's only 3.6 seconds back now.
Exactly right, and Baxter there just got a really poor run, and that's going to allow Borg to close in. And folks, we are keeping an eye on the top 10 at the moment as well, rest assured, while we're covering this action down in 10th and 11th.
Yeah, not long to go now. Only 5 laps to go in this race for Josh Rogers, who's absolutely commanding this race. 45.5 second lead over Ian Ford in the Evolution Racing Team #1 car. Sam Blacklock only about 10 seconds back though from Ian Ford.
Yeah, and then looking further back, about 20 seconds down the track is the 88 car of Michael Schreier, Brenton Hobson, so they're well and truly spread out at the moment. And then we'll get back to here, Daniel Trim, David Baxter battling it out.
Baxter has a good run down into Tamburello, but he's not going to be close enough to make a move unless Trim makes a mistake, but he broke pretty early, so pretty hard for it to outbrake yourself when you break early like Daniel Trim did. In saying that, his tyres look absolutely shattered at the moment on that performance motorsport car, I should say, sorry. And look how close back. Baxter, less than a lap ago, was at least half a second back, but he's all over him once again as they come into Tosa.
Yeah, we'll see how he gets a run off here. He's getting a very good run. You can see his tyres aren't as bad off, and right up the backside of Trim, so to speak. And another love tap. It's on.
It is most definitely on once again. And where's Brian Borg? Brian Borg must be licking his lips. He's only 3.5 seconds behind this. No, Baxter, you can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that. There it is. That was inevitable.
But look who's coming right up now.
Here comes Brian Borg. Here comes Brian Borg. I don't think he's going to be close enough to make a move into Valley anti-outside though.
So the question is now, has that released Trim, or have these two got enough pace to catch up to him again?
It's 2 seconds with 4 laps to go. It's going to be close.
Between these three, definitely. And you can see now Borg is right on the back of Baxter. And if you were Borg, what would you do? Would you battle Baxter now, or would you hope that you could both pull up to Trim and then have a crack?
Always go for the most likely situation, so I would go for him now. With only 4 laps to go, there's no guarantee that you're going to catch him when the gap's 2 seconds. That's half a second a lap, plus actually passing the both of them. It's pretty unlikely, especially around here. As I said earlier, it's very hard to pass here. Also, just behind these guys, Thomas Hinds and Mark Samuel battling for 14th and 15th. That's not really close. I think Hinds might have made a mistake and he's just pulling back away from the Redback Racing car. Wow. I look away from the battle for 11 for 1 second and they're already back on Daniel Trim.
Yeah, I didn't even move the camera. I knew it was coming.
So, I think this is round 4 between Daniel Trim and David Baxter. and this time they got Brian Borg in the party as well, just to add a bit of laser racing to the equation, as David Baxter looks like. I think it was more of a defensive move than an attacking move there from David Baxter. as they came up into Valiante Alta. He didn't get a good exit there out of there at all.
Well, no, he's got to look behind him now, because if he makes a move on trim and comes unstuck like he did a couple of laps ago, that's going to release Borg straight away.
Especially if they make contact. Borg might end up licking his lips and just stealing 11th place here. Oh well, Trim got a really bad exit. Oh, Baxter's got him. Baxter's already got him.
Well, we've said that a few times now, Daniel.
Good point. But this time he's actually he's already back in Tainer. He's already back in the slipstream and drafting back past him, isn't he? Brian Borg's doesn't want anything to do with this. Here we go again, boys. Down into Tamburelli this time. Baxter on the inside, Trim on the outside, and Baxter will hold on. So now he'll actually have 3 corners to try and pull the gap.
That's right, because every time we say he's got him, Trim's going, I'm coming back, and look at him now. He's still having a look. He's not giving up on this. He's going to take it straight to the line if he can.
Hinds now Thomas Hinds is not too far away. From
Trim's gone. Trim's gone.
Oh, he's in the wall. He's in the wall as well.
We'll go back and see if we can see what's happened to him there. We were looking out the back of the gearbox camera, but I wasn't paying attention. So here's a replay, folks. And let's see. Oh, he spun it up basically.
Yeah, just got on the power a little too early, but a tank slapper straight into the wall. And unfortunately, that's going to end what was a very entertaining battle.
Certainly was, but with 2 laps remaining, Borg and Baxter still going at it. So we'll see how that's going to turn out between those guys.
Actually, there's a battle for 8th as well, Bernie, between Michael Taliancic and I'm always going to get that name wrong, and Jordan Ross, and I'm pretty sure Michael has a very big superior tyre advantage. By how much, I can't actually tell you, to be honest, because JRT doesn't want to tell me. But I know he's got a tyre advantage over Jordan Ross as they come down the front straight and into Tamburello for the second last time.
Yeah, now we can see Baxter Borg coming down to the same part of the circuit. They're racing just as close, folks, as the other two, but Baxter's going the inside, Borg on the outside. Now Borg throws it back in. He's having a look. Baxter's covering him off, and he's going to hold that position. But look at Hinds. Hinds is now starting to close on these two, but he's probably about 4 seconds down the track.
Yeah, I don't think Hinsey, he does have the youngest tyres out of all 3, but I don't think he's going to be close enough to have any sort of influence on this battle. As now Baxter defending from Borg. Borg's actually got the older tyres out of these two, which is interesting. I think Baxter's taken a lot of life out of his tyres battling with Daniel Trim earlier on.
Oh yeah, he would have taken a lot of life out of it, and you can see now Baxter's defending. Hinds is hoping these two will start really going at it, and the last lap boards just come out for the leaders. We'll jump back to them very shortly, folks, but at the moment we'll try and bring you this action.
Baxter might have a slowdown for that, and he's defending. I'm not sure if he's got one or not, I can't tell. Oh, and he's outbroke himself, but Borg actually got the worst end of that, trying to avoid him as they came through Valiante Alta, and every move, every corner, Thomas Hinds is getting closer and closer.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that, because we've jumped to our leader, Josh Rogers, here for hyperstimulated TTV. He's got a massive gap, 50 seconds, and it's going to be a very nice win for this team. They're going to celebrate till tomorrow, I'm sure of it. Hang on, what's the time? It is tomorrow, so they can start celebrating.
Yep, as we go into the wee hours of Saturday morning here on the eastern coast of Australia, as now Josh Rogers comes through with the final 2 corners for the final time, for the 132nd time, and he will bring his car, the car number 92 Hypersimulator TTV car, to the line and take victory with him, with Jake Maloney, in the first endurance round of the Australian Online Sportscars Championship.
Now we can see the ERT Logitech sponsored car Ian Ford now coming up the back part of the circuit as well, and what a lead Josh Rogers had, but a well earned second place to this team. And of course Riley Blythe is newly partnered with Ian Ford tonight, and Riley did a fantastic job, which is what you'd expect from that team, because as I was saying, they've got a lot of skill and skilled drivers, and they can partner them up to a good effect here. But a well-deserved second place to ERT Team 1, and Ian Ford brings it home.
Watch out for this team as well as the championship continues, because Riley Blythe is still an expanding talent. He's a very good driver already, but he will keep getting quicker as the season goes on, so look out for that team in the long run for sure.
Oh, definitely. And we can see now Brenton Hobson, Synergy Sim Racing 1. He's got a 5-second gap over Matt Stratford, and he will bring this car home as he comes in the final corners now in the Synergy Sim Racing 1 entry, and well-deserved 4th win. I love that retro livery.
As do I, Benny, as do I. So that's a really good result for SSR actually, for Brenton Hobson and Michael Schreier. We both know they're quick drivers, but a very good result, just coming in ahead of Matt Stratford, Performance Motorsport, coming in P5, and those were the only 5 cars that finished on the lead lap in the end.
Yeah, it was a pretty fast-paced race, that's for sure, and we can see now, get this, Glenn Postlethwaite's coming across the line to finish, and he's just got past our race winner Josh Rogers, who's also just on the main straight. So you can see Brady May as he's taken it straight to the pits. He didn't even stay out to take the checkered flag. He'll get it in pit lane. But, next one across is, well, it looks like they've all pretty much finished now, and interesting racing there, Daniel.
Yes, definitely. It may help if I hit the right button. But yeah, as Josh Rogers does a beautiful burnout along the front straight to celebrate the victory, and so it was well deserved. An absolute dominant victory for the Hyper Simulator TTV car.
Certainly is. We're going to jump back to Brian Borg because it looks like he got Baxter in the end.
No.
He didn't? Okay.
No.
So basically...
They all stayed in order. Baxter 11th, Borg 12th, and Hinsey got to the back of them by the end, but didn't have enough time to make any moves, and ended up finishing in 13th.
Okay, so my overlays are playing up again. But before we get on to the interviews here, folks, if we're going to have some, I'm sure we will, let's go through the full race results here tonight so you can see where your favourite team finished, and then we'll go into looking at interviews and then finally bedtime for me. So tonight's win goes to Hyper Stimulator TTV number 92, up 4 positions from where they started. ERT1 comes home second. Apex Replicas TTR is home in 3rd position, followed by Synergy Sim Racing 1. Then we have in 5th Performance Motorsport, Shazzies, I think, Matt Stratford driving that, followed by Synergy Sim Racing 7 in 6th. Then we have Progression Racing Australia, home in 7th, followed by Alliance Motorsport ANZ in 8th. 9th, Performance Motorsport, KRF MP Custom Motorsport, home in 10th. Redback Racing 031 holds on for 11th. Brian Borg in Laser Racing 3 comes home in 12th position. Home in 13th was PFR Team GTI. They were up 10 positions from when they started. Redback Racing 032 up 11 positions to come home in 14th. SSS Pagnian Racing 2 finishes in 15th, followed by Performance Motorsports in 16th. Triple S Pagnian Racing 1 home in 17th. Performance Motorsports 18th. Triple S Next Level Racing 2 in 19th, followed by their sister car, the Next Level Racing 3 car in 20th. West End Mazda 323 comes home 21st, followed by Progressive Racing Australia in 22nd. Redback Racing Team up 11 positions to 149, home in 23rd, followed by ASM Young Guns in 24th position. 25th is FRA Motorsport, followed by MFR Censored 1. Then we have High Tech Racing 4, home in 27th, MFR 1, 28th, 29th, All Star Motorsports. Then we had Townsville Mobile Locksmiths home in 30th, MFR 2 31st, DFR DRD Motorsport 32nd, followed by ERT 2 in 33rd, MFR Censored 2 34th, 35th Laser Racing 2, followed by Triple S Next Level Racing 1 in 36th position. Home in 37th was Synergy Sim Racing 3, followed by PFR Team Edge 1, and 39th West End Mazda 121, followed by SDC Motorsports 028, Synergy Sim Racing 2, home in 41st, 42nd Laser Racing, 43rd Progressive Racing Australia, 44th Race on Oz number 71, and rounding out your field of 40, well that is 44 drivers, so that's our field.
So, I'm so glad I don't need to do that, Bernie.
I was waiting for you to jump in, man.
I'm glad that's your job and not mine.
Yeah, no worries. Well, now we start the interviews. So I think we bring up the race winner. That's Josh Rogers. I'm just looking at who he teamed up with.
Jake Maloney.
Jake Maloney. Did you want to have a chat with them?
Oh, I might as well. I only saw half the race, so it probably isn't best for me to do the talking, but I can try.
Oh, well, I can jump in when I need to. Maybe not.
That sounds like you're going to get a beer and go to bed.
Yeah, you know me too well.
Oh, yeah.
End of the race coming.
And we've caught Josh mid-sentence. Excellent. How are you going, guys? Great race from you two tonight. Absolutely dominant, really.
Yeah, all in all, it was it was a really good race. I think Carl performed really well, Maloney performed really well. Yeah, all in all, it was can't be disappointed about that one.
Now you'll have to understand my situation. I only saw the second half of the race. I actually didn't see you in the car, Jake. I apologise. You can blame my workplace for that. But obviously, you guys had the car very well set up all race long. Did the balance change much as the track rubbered in, or was it pretty balanced the whole time?
Maloney, you can have this one.
Felt pretty good the whole way through. Yeah, felt pretty comfortable. Because we only decided to do the race at the last moment. I was 50-50 as to whether to start on the grid or the pits because I hadn't done a single lap of practice. But I chose to start from the grid and car felt comfortable with the car straight away.
Now, you guys obviously didn't start from pole, you guys started in P5. Do you feel it was more just pure pace that brought you guys to the front, or was it a bit of strategy involved as well?
I think it was just pace. I think we probably didn't get a great qualifying time in. We only decided to do the race 10 minutes before qual ended. So we were just doing something to get near the front to give us a good pit stall and solid start.
Now, Josh, we saw a little coming in together with you. I can't remember exactly which lap it was, but with a back marker, was that just a bit of miscommunication between you and Adrian Zeld?
Yeah, I apologise for that. It was a little bit unfortunate. I was just I was going for the switchback, and unfortunately at the same time he was trying to let me through, trying to do the right thing. But yeah, no, that was unfortunate. Didn't mean that to happen. But yeah, just a little bit of miscommunication.
Yeah, I saw that was that. That's what it looked like when we were looking at it. Congrats, guys! I'll let you guys give a shout out to your sponsors as we normally do here.
No, I want to talk to them now.
Ah, here we go.
See what happens. We let a young bloke into the comm box and they just take over. They just run away. Anyway, congratulations, guys, on the win. A bit of statistics here because you know how much I like my statistics. You guys started from 5th tonight, came home first. 73 laps you led out of 132, and you also got the fastest lap, a 1:42.872. So congratulations on all of that.
Cheers, Benny.
Cheers.
Now you can thank your sponsors.
As always, huge thanks to TTL and Maloney too for jumping in tonight. Great job, mate. Also, Hyperstimulator, our main sponsor, they do a great job of taking care of us. They got some pretty cool rigs. Tim rigs, if you're interested, go check them out. And yeah, custom image concepts for the Epic livery, which I hope you've got to see tonight.
Yeah, we had you up there. We saw you while you were with the field. Then after you drifted off 50 seconds up the track, we didn't see you much apart from when you were lapping the cars we were watching.
See, this is what happens when you dominate races, guys.
You get no airtime. Anyway,
That's not
guys.
good exposure, is it?
Yeah, you need to get a bit more slowdowns, Josh.
Oh, here we go.
You knew it was coming, admit it.
Yeah.
Alright guys, well thanks for popping in. We've got a few more interviews here, and so we're going to kick you guys out and we're going to let ERT in for a chat.
Thanks, mate.
Cheers, guys. Thanks for the podcast.
So home in second tonight, folks, was Ian Ford and Riley Blythe, and we'll bring them up for a chat now. Hi Ian and Riley, welcome to RRTV's Combox. Congratulations on second tonight. It was a really good race by you guys tonight. First time we've seen you two paired up, but it looked like it was a good pairing, and both of you are extremely competitive.
Yeah, cheers Bernie, representing the Ford for the first time, like full time this season, so hopefully we get a couple more good results in it.
Yeah, fantastic. And how did you settle in, Riley, tonight? Because normally we see Luke and Ian paired up, but it looked like you adjusted pretty well.
Yeah, it was like, I thought I had a bit of nerves, started like 40 putting the car up in second. That's, I wasn't entirely used to that, so I was like, let's just hope I get a good start. And, we thought, I'll probably end up filing back to maybe 5th or 6th and just chill there. And fulfill my minimum laps, and then I managed to hold on behind Dane in second, and I was like, oh, okay, I've got pace to stay up here, so I just kept running, and overall I'm really happy with how it turned out. Our fastest laps were only about a 10th apart.
Yeah, it was a great V8 Supercar debut as far as tonight goes, and we're watching you, and I was commenting about how what's the word? Complimentary you both are, because both your laps were quite consistent, and normally when you see a team come together you'll have a really fast driver and a slow driver, but it looks like your pairing is really good, just like it was before with Luke and Ian. You both did a great job out there, and yeah, congratulations. Did that make sense, Daniel, or did you want to say something?
I got a bit lost about halfway through, but I'll take it from here. Great race for both of you guys, of course. Riley, I know you haven't been the biggest driver of the V8 in the past. How obviously stepping into a bit more of a full-time role now, partnering up with Ian, how do you feel that will suit you over the long run?
Well, I've done it less. I've kind of eased into it. I started when I started racing at ERT, it was mostly GT3s, and I've kind of made a slow but steady transition into the V8, and I simply drove it initially because I really enjoy it, but now I've found some real pace in it, so I think this is it's gone pretty well, honestly. I'm really enjoying it, and I'm looking to be definitely a bit more competitive, especially last season. I was up there in the championship, but I had a few off races, so I'm trying to iron those out.
I said it during the broadcast, and I'll say it again now. I'm really looking forward to seeing this partnership between you two over the long run, especially as you drive a bit more of the V8, Riley. I mean, because I've always known you as a GT3 because that's what you raced when I was racing with you a while back. But I feel as you two get used to how each other work with setup and everything, I reckon you two are definitely a really big threat for the championship in the long run.
Yeah, cheers. I actually caught wind of your very complimentary comments at the end of the race, and cheers for that. That's really nice to hear as someone who's constantly work up to a quicker pace. Hearing stuff like that is really motivational.
And so, Ian, how are you finding your new partner in crime?
Yeah, he does well. He stays nice and calm under pressure. Obviously, I put him in a bit of a situation at the start by starting him up the front, but he held on, and once he hit clear air, he basically just pulled the gap, and yeah, couldn't have asked any more of him. Gave the car back nice and clean, low incidents, and just allowed me to have a nice, boring 80-lap stint. And I voted for him driver of the day during my stint on the YouTube chat. So hopefully everyone else gets behind that.
I told him not to type in the chat while driving, and he didn't listen.
Oh, come on! He's one of the seniors, mate. He doesn't listen to the juniors.
I've learned that. I was put in my place.
When we got enough straights, it's pretty easy to do, really.
Yeah, but there's not a lot of straights here, mate.
That's what I was trying to tell him. He started doing it on like the run down to Aqua Minerale and stuff. I'm like, no. Front straight only. If you gotta, front straight only.
We had Brenton in here before he gave out a shout out to your sponsors, but please go ahead and do it again for us.
Yeah, just thanks to you guys. Obviously it's been a bit of a long broadcast. It's like I'm a bit depressed that we didn't get a comp caution out of Nick at the end there to try and spice things up, but it's been a great time. Hopefully everyone can see how much fun we're having at the start of the race, and we'll do it again next time round. But obviously just like to thank GTI, make really awesome springs for Logitech pedals. Definitely get a set, will definitely help you driving. Gel Real Timing, if you don't have it already, look it up, get it. It's probably one of the new must-haves of iRacing. And also Logitech G, we've re-signed for a whole nother year, so fingers crossed that keeps on building into the future.
Fantastic. Well, thanks, guys, for popping in. Congratulations on your second, and we look forward to seeing you back in the AOSC, probably in a fortnight, I think, because I think we have next Friday night off.
Sounds good. Cheers, Bernie.
Cheers.
Okay, folks, our final interview for tonight is with Sam Blacklock and Luke Harvey, and they came home in third position. Hi Sam and Luke, welcome to RRTV's Combox. Congratulations, third tonight. Luke, we'll start with you. Did you find it a bit strange battling with Ian Ford out there on track tonight?
Yeah, for sure. Hard to see the car that you used to be in there in front of you, but it's good to race those guys, and yeah, it's a pleasure racing with Sam tonight.
Yeah, you both did a really good job tonight, and it looked like the pairing was quite good, and you were both extremely competitive, so you're pretty much happy with your performance there tonight, Sam and Luke?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy. Obviously, knowing me, I wanted to be further up than what we were, but I guess it's just good. This partnership's obviously working well, so I guess we'll build on it for the next round.
Yeah, and that's the thing, isn't it? Getting used to each other, and not only that, but getting the car set up and all that stuff that goes with it. But it was a great outing, that's for sure. You were quite competitive throughout the night, and coming home third, you were 7 seconds behind ERT at the end of the night.
Yeah, I did say to Sam there, if someone told us at the start of the night that we'd be 7 seconds behind the RT number one car, we'd be pretty happy with that. So yeah, I think it's a good result for us.
Yeah, definitely, and I'm sure there's a lot of things you've probably picked up tonight, which you'll go back and debrief on, I guess, and come back even stronger at the next Enduro. So what I understand here, Luke, you're just teaming up with Sam for the Enduros, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. I've just decided to take a bit of a break from being in a team and just go solo for a while. And Sam was looking for a partner for the Enduros, so it's good to partner up with Sam.
Fantastic. Well, it's good to see you out there having a run as well. But I'm going to hand you over to Daniel now, guys, and see if he's got any other questions for you.
Hey guys, now I sort of asked a similar question to Ian and Riley before, but how do you feel like you two as a partnership are coming along in terms of the car setup and everything, being the first endurance of the first endurance race of the season?
Yeah, I guess on that note, I've got to thank Luke. He did most of the work, if not, well, all the work on the setups. So yeah, with I guess his knowledge of that, it really helped us. And I guess I've just got to adjust to his setups a little bit. Obviously, I'm used to a sort of different style, I guess. So it's something I'll work on. But obviously, the end of the race for me was pretty I was pretty comfortable in the car. So yeah, I guess it's just a learning curve.
And Luke, is the goal for you this season with Sam, with the new team or new partnership, I should say, is the goal to beat your old team in ERT, or is it just to try and get Sam as many points as you can for the championship?
Nah, look, I think Ian Ford's probably in a different league to us, just like Josh Rogers is. So anytime we can race with those guys, I think we'd be pretty happy with that. And if we can jag a few top fives here and there, I think Sam and I'll be pretty happy with that.
Excellent. Just to sum it all up, just a shout out to your sponsors as we normally do.
Well, I've got none, so I'll let Sam take that away.
Yeah, just a big shout out to Apex Replicas and Hybrid Racing Simulations. I guess not Luke's sponsor, but Luke's got a lot to do with them. So yeah, and also thanks to I guess to Madison Down for letting Luke partner up with me.
Excellent. Good luck for the rest of the season, guys, and we'll hopefully see you in a fortnight's time.
Thanks to you guys too for doing the broadcast. It's always great to watch it back later on.
Yeah, thanks guys.
Fantastic. Well, that was Luke Harvey and Sam Blacklock from Apex Replicas TTR coming home in third tonight. And finally, we'll bring Nick Hausler back up and get his final thoughts on tonight from both the commentary perspective as well as the race controller bloke thing.
Jeez, how many drinks have you had?
Oh, I'm just exhausted, mate. It's been a heck of a big week. But Nick, welcome back to the Combox tonight, mate. We'll just have a quick debrief on what you thought of tonight's race and your final thoughts. And he might be asleep.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think Nick might have dozed off.
All right, we'll kick him out. He's stolen all our drink anyway. So, Daniel, I'll ask you the question. You saw the second half of the race. What were your final thoughts on tonight's event?
It was a pretty interesting race. Even after the second random safety car, we saw a few different strategies coming out at the front of the field. But Josh and Jake in the TTV car were absolutely dominant at the front. We saw some good battles inside the top 10 and just outside the top 10 as well. That epic battle for P11 down in the last 20 odd laps was pretty awesome to cover, to be honest.
Yeah, it was pretty exciting, wasn't it? And there was a lot of big movers and shakers there tonight, wasn't there? Even right down in the deep in the field, there was teams that had jumped 11, 12 or more positions. So that was really good to see, as well as you mentioned, that final battle. That was really good. I think that battle kept the race alive because, quite honestly, the top 10 or top 5 were pretty much right spread out. So it was great. We had a bit of action there to call at the end of the race.
Yeah, I was just having a look on the team chat, and David Baxter was saying some things in Messenger, and I just said, hey, it gave us something to look at. It kept us entertained.
Yeah, it definitely kept us entertained, that's for sure. So it was a great race all around. And of course, folks, next week the AOSC won't be on. They get a rest week, but then we'll be back the following week. And then we look at again, it could be a 60-60, 150 or a 650, but you can find out for sure if you go over to our Facebook page, RRTV Live. You'll see the calendar there, and it'll be uploaded in the next day for the coming months of broadcasts. But of course, tomorrow night, folks, if you like your GTE action, come back and join myself and Weehan Chan. We'll be calling
Daniel Benefield.
Oh, and Daniel Benefield. Okay,
maybe.
See what happens. He just invites himself in. No,
of course I do. I thought that was part of my contract.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, it is. But yeah, we'll be back tomorrow night, 10 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, to call the SRA Sim Racers Asia GT Asia Pacific Series. And I'll tell you what, we're getting a great turnout of drivers there from both Australia, New Zealand, and all through Asia, China. They're all in there, and it's a great event to experience and view. So join us there tomorrow night, 10 p.m. If you still want more racing action, come back Sunday night, and we'll have the Australasian Skip Barber Championship coming to you live once again. It'll be myself. I'm not sure who my co-commentator will be for that, but I'm sure we will have one anyway. And then to round out our 4 days of broadcasts is Monday night. We will be back with the Skip Barber Monday Night Lights, and we're getting a lot of European drivers down now, Daniel, into that. We had 4 splits last Monday night, and we're generally in the top 3 highest I-rated Skip Barber strength of field races for the week. And it's quite interesting, Daniel. The Europeans are all down because they can, the word's got out, and it's great for the Aussies to have that level of competition.
Is that you trying to get me in here because I can say most of the European names?
No, I've actually got Alex McCullough in Monday night, and he's contracted to cover that event.
Oh, excellent. I don't need to show up. Excellent.
No, but you should watch the telecast because I think you'd enjoy it.
See what happens. I'm busy on Monday nights normally. I might join you. I might join you on Sunday night though for the Super Skips.
Okay, we'll see how you go. I'll take any help I can get at the moment, so you're more than welcome up here. But anyway, folks, thanks once again for joining us, and I'd like to thank especially Daniel Benefield for coming up into the combox with us, and Nick Hausler for also joining me tonight. If it wasn't for these two tonight, folks, it would have been just me, and yeah, I would have needed more than a bar to get me through tonight, that's for sure. But until we meet again, folks, have a great evening, morning, whatever it is at your neck of the woods. Thanks for joining us. I hope you come back tomorrow night and join us, whether you watched us on iRacing Live or on YouTube. It'll be covered again tomorrow night on both channels. But until then, folks, on behalf of Daniel Benefield and Nick Hausler, I'm Bernie Weemers. Thanks for tuning in, and we look forward to your company next time. Good night.